Welcome back to Jonesboro, Arkansas, and good afternoon from Disc Side of Heaven. The MPO division about to tee off. Right here at Tournament Central, Brian Earhart with Nate Perkins. Nate, we watched the FPO shoot this morning. Of course, got obliterated by quite a few of the players out here. And now to the MPO division, a lot of players saying, maybe we wish the OB was a little tighter out here, but we're not complaining about that. What do you think about this course here?
Yeah, I think a lot of players are kind of thankful to be out of the woods and not have to focus so much on that initial angle of release. And yeah, FPO set a new record for average to par during round one, and MPO so far halfway through the play have also set a new record average under par. So we have multiple players shooting double digits, and I think you and I both kind of expected that with the wind being down like it is today.
So what's interesting is we talked to the tournament director in the press conference, and he said the course is relatively unchanged, and yet we go out there, and there's a couple brand new tee pads, and we both have agreed 4 and 7, the changes to the tee pad location, fantastic.
Yeah, 4 is a substantial change to the hole. Typically, we've seen players able to take that hyzer out to the right, and we're taking a look at this new tee pad now, and you can see now, Brian, that angle is now closed off. If they want to throw out to the right side of this fairway, they have to go huge ante out of the hand.
And what I like about that is, you know what? That whole right side of the fairway is notorious for being wide open, and if you want to go there, you can. But now it forces you to throw a really spectacular shot to flex someone out there to get the benefit of the distance. Now they have to attack the low ceiling, which is what the hole is framed up to go for.
Yeah, it really is. The ideal shot lands right there at that red and white marker we were about to fly over. It's 360 to 380, but it's that, like you said, that low ceiling, and it really forces players to get one under the branch but off the ground.
It's going to change the game plan for quite a few power players that were beginning to figure that out over the years, and now the hole can't be broken, so to speak, which is great because I think the hole itself is fantastic. And then 7. Tee pad is now pushed back a little bit down the hill. Now the players don't have as easy of an opportunity to push that drive to the high side. They have to really blast something. So what do you think about that change?
Yeah, I think that this increases the difficulty of the hole significantly. Like you said, players typically played out to that left side, and now this right side is looking a little bit more appealing. You still have to bite off 400 to 450 feet off the tee, and if you do go that right side, as we know, it's a little bit more obstructed as you approach that green.
Yeah, it's an easier shot to go down to the low side of the hill. The second shot is tough because it's protected on that right side. So again, another way to make the players work off the tee, to make these second shots a little bit more challenging and thoughtful. And with that said, we have some players coming into this lead card that have broken a lot of these holes, and Calvin Heimburg is one of them. And he comes in 2-time champion of this tournament and defending champion here, beating Paul McBeth last year in the playoff in spectacular fashion. He mentioned that this golf is straightforward. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think just with all the open airspace, there's not a lot of tension out here. There are not too many shots that are making players too nervous. You know, there's just a little bit out of bounds. So I think he's referring to, you know, the wide open fairways, and this just the style of golf out here, and it suits Calvin, you know, really well. I think that, you know, it's a distance type of course. Players that can get the disc up to the 500-foot mark are going to have a big advantage.
And he actually mentioned something about the turf tee pads out here being a little too grippy, and with him being notorious for wearing shoes with almost no tread, he claims to have an advantage. We actually talked to him earlier this week. Let's hear what he had to say.
Threaded shoes, so normally like the loose tee pads aren't really that big of a deal for me. I think it's really an issue for the people that wear like the more hiking style shoes. Their shoes really do grab these carpet or turf tee pads a lot more, and sometimes they do pull them. So I mean, I have a flat bottom shoe, and it shouldn't be an issue for me this week. I mean, I've spent a lot of time on the putting green this week, just getting extra reps on a practice basket, and I've also thrown some more approaches, just going out to a little church course this week. So definitely put a little more work into that. don't know how important that's going to be really out here on this course, but it is something that needs to be cleaned up.
You heard the man. You just got to wear shoes with no tread, and you're all set. I mean, there is something to be said. I understand that there's different footwear needed for more mountainous courses and concrete tee pads, and then you come out here, dry weather, and turf tee pads. So I completely get that. Another player, though, that doesn't wear the super over-engineered shoes, as much as it doesn't really matter. Isaac Robinson, major champion coming into the Open course after winning in the Woods, he says that this course suits his game well. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, when you're firing on all cylinders enough to take down a major, I think that you're kind of ready for any course. And Isaac definitely throws far enough. You know, I don't think he's in that tier 1 distance category, but he's definitely shaping drivers well over 450 feet. I do think that the power forehand plays a little bit out here, so throwing this course only backhand, you're at a slight disadvantage on a couple of those par 3s.
Yeah, I think it shuts you off from a few different holes out here, not having the power sidearm. I think hole number 10 is an example. Hole number 8 is an example. There's a handful of holes out here that you can kind of cheat. 13, even if you wanted to go high side up the hill, that's off limits as well. You're a little bit tougher with that hyzer up the right side. But I think when a player like Isaac says, this course suits me, I don't think he's using any hyperbole, so to speak. I think he means it.
Yeah. I mean, similar to Kristen's situation, I've got to wonder, you know, how difficult it is for Isaac to bring all of his focus into Jonesboro. I mean, it was, you know, less than 5 days ago that Isaac was crowned champion, and you got to think that he spent some time to celebrate, take some time off, not think about the golf, and then, you know, we had a full day of driving to arrive here in Arkansas. So I think he's facing some challenges there, Brian.
Well, we also talked to him earlier in the week at the press conference. Let's hear what he had to say.
I play well with the pressure. When the pressure comes down to it, I tend to rise to the occasion, I think, and just having the fans and the crowd, the cameras, and just that extra pressure looking on from the outside really helps me perform at my best.
Do you have to readjust after throwing an entire week of flippy fairways?
I think it'll be pretty easy. You know, we go from course to course, you know, at a very fast pace throughout the year. So you kind of get used to turning it around pretty quickly. Out here, there's a lot of twists and turns and, you know, hyzers and, you know, all sorts of upshots. So finding that landing zone is a little more tricky out here, but I played the course and I think it fits my game very well. So I'm excited to play it.
He showed off his skills finding the landing zones prior to the major at WR Jackson, heating up after kind of a lackluster start to the season. We're going to take a quick commercial break. On the other side, another young phenom, Silas Schultz. We'll talk him. We'll see you then. Double G Craft Jerky has been a favorite of mine for years. The unique flavors and delicious taste make it the perfect snack. Every bag of Double G Jerky sold contributes to the Double G Children's Foundation, which helps support youth disc golf. Visit doublegjerky.com and use coupon code DGPT on your order and get a free 1-ounce bag of jerky with your order.
Some say we're hidden, unless you know where to look. Hidden? No. This is where we stand up straight and tell you who we are, and where we put others first. This is where college football and barbecue are a season in the same, and there's always time for one more lap around the park. This is where we ask, what else can we accomplish together? Come find out, be a part of this. This is Jonesboro, Arkansas. Now you know where to look.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
And welcome back to Jonesboro, Arkansas. Welcome to Tournament Central. Now joined here by the PDGA's Hayden Henry. And Hayden, we have to talk. Obviously, we're here in Jonesboro at a new tournament this year. But last week, we had the major at W.R. Jackson. How do you feel like that event ran overall?
Yeah, the second annual Champions Cup went off without a hitch, really. So much improvement from year one, and that's what you do. You run a tournament, you sit back and assess, and then you improve for the next year. And in the 5 days since, we've already done that. Several meetings, looking forward to next year, looking to see how we can make that event bigger and better and really bring that major atmosphere to the IDGC.
And let's talk about the PDGA in general right now. There's a lot going on with the PDGA. There's elections coming up. There's all sorts of things you guys are involved in. Give us the details.
Yeah, record number of events already sanctioned for this year, so you shouldn't have any problem finding a place to go to compete. But bigger than that is the elections. Right now we're in the middle of our call for candidates. You have until April 30th to apply for candidacy. There's 2 spots open this year. Voting will take place throughout the month of July. And that's really just the next step to getting involved with disc golf, at the highest level. We, from C tiers all the way to the majors, everything is involved. So if you have an idea, if you're qualified, check out PDGA.com for all the information and get involved.
Make your voice heard in the disc golf world. It is a bright future for our great game. Go get involved. Next up, let's take a look at this Disc Side of Heaven course. If you did not join us this morning, you're in for a treat. We'll see you then. Hello everyone and welcome to the open fairways and greener pastures of Disc Side of Heaven right here in Jonesboro, Arkansas. In a disc golf landscape where many of our elite open courses are very tightly lined with artificial out of bounds, Disc Side of Heaven is a refreshing opportunity for players to relax and open up their distance, giving spectators a fantastic display of athletic ability and precision. With that said, there are 2 specific holes on this property that I firmly believe capture the course design themes here perfectly, and I'd love to walk you through them. Hole 14 is a favorite amongst the players as a bonus birdie for the MPO and a fantastic eagle opportunity for the FPO players. At 520 feet and quite a bit downhill, most players are forced to reach for faster drivers to throw this downhill shot, fighting the often swirling winds as it tries to find safe ground. The OB marsh in the middle is 305 to reach and 420 to carry, so players really have to commit to this tee shot if they're going for the 2. Drives must get right as they finish near the green. The left side tree line by the basket is extremely dense, and many drives that don't reach their full flight will end up there with an annoying approach to the basket. There's no other way to say it. Hole 18 at Disc Side of Heaven is hard. The 818-foot MPO par 4 and FPO par 5 has the perfect mix of distance and strategic demands and frequently scores as the hardest hole on the course. To card the coveted 3 on this hole, players must initially hit a tight gap with power and a lot of intention. The landing of this tee shot also matters a lot. If you land too close to the middle of the fairway, your angle to throw through the late double fairway is pinched and accessing the green is near impossible. Players ideally need to push the drive right and challenge the OB line for the clearest look at the green. With that said, it's not so easy to do that, and a par in this hole is usually taking strokes in the field. Course designer Brad Peets has mentioned that his original inspiration for designing this course was to match the pinch points and angles of a lot of elite traditional golf courses. Myself and a lot of the players on the Disc Golf Pro Tour would definitely have to agree. For Tournament Central, I'm Brian Earhart. Welcome back. Last player that we want to talk about, just another young professional that's coming up in the ranks. Fantastic showing last week at W.R. Jackson, Silas Schultz. We've talked to him throughout the entire week. He seems just so happy to be here, so grateful for the time in the spotlight that he had. But now he has an opportunity to prove himself again. What do you think about his chances this week?
I think his chances are great. you know, sometimes you expect a player to, you know, when they have their best performance ever, you know, to be a little surprised. But I don't get that feeling from Silas at all. He wasn't surprised that he could have actually won last week. You know, he knows that he's throwing the shots necessary to score. And, you know, we were able to just chat with him just now, and we asked him, you know, are you still leaning on the 7-speed? He said he is going to be unleashing on a couple DD3s, which, honestly, I can't wait to watch.
Yeah, I love this course. I love the fact that this course allows those types of players to kind of stretch out and open up and not worry too much about the out of bounds. And we heard a lot from Silas. We had a great interview with him at the press conference this week. Let's hear what he had to say.
Got a lot of amazing messages, and I think, yeah, we're on the tail end of that right now. And so I feel like that's kind of how you know maybe if the dust is settling. I think emotionally the dust, yeah, probably has settled, and I've moved on to the next. But it was an incredible week for sure. Really fun and exciting week of disc golf, and yeah, I think overall it felt incredible, but more normal than I thought it was going to feel. So that's a little exciting because I feel like it doesn't have to be a flash in the pan, and it could be something that I can continue to build on.
And Silas is now teeing off on one on the third card. 470-foot par 3.
And he hasn't thrown a 12-speed disc in 2 weeks, Brian. He was 7-speed or slower last week.
Little bit slow, a little bit pulled to the right, but a good start there for Silas. He's going to have it up and down for the par, and a lot of disc golf left for him, as well as a lot of the players this week. For Tournament Central, I'm Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. We're going to see you in the afternoon. We have a lot of MPO action. Round 1 is underway. We'll see you then.
Dude, Arkansas's got a lot of great courses out here. And I think what really sets it apart is the people, though. You're not going to come out to many states and find people as warm, as welcoming as the Arkansan crowd.
I think they utilize it very well. Some of the par threes are hard shots. Even though it's straight, the way that the trees are and things like that, like it makes you have to throw a straight shot out the gap, but you need to move it.
I feel like no matter what, we're going to get wind out here. If I had to realize that wooded courses, open courses, windy, better figure out how to play on all of them.
I'm happy to be back here because last year it went well here. I just wanted to win so bad, and I felt this extra focus. I have 2 suitcases this year. I came prepared.
Just 5 days after crowning our first major champions of the season, we head to another favorite course of our top players, featuring rolling hills and forgiving fairways. Welcome to the This Side of Heaven and the 2023 Play It Again Sports Jonesboro Open, presented by Prodigy. Take a look at our Arcana current conditions. 64 degrees. Humidity has dropped from this morning to 63%. The wind just 6 miles per hour, coming out of the east and southeast. And welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller alongside Nate Sexton and Nate Doss. Gentlemen, as I said just a few days ago, we crowned our first MPO champion on the major side of the 2023 season, Isaac Robinson. Very impressive fashion. Nate, what do you think of someone crowning it? What does it mean to come back the next week?
It isn't that easy in my experience. I mean, I've only got the one shot at it. This guy's a little more of an expert than I. But I remember feeling, after winning that first major, that I had this brief time where I kind of felt like I might never lose again. And then I had this other feeling. I was like, why do we have to play in 1 week? Like, I got to go play a practice round 2 days after this? Like, let me just kind of – and I did not win. I think I took about 13th. I was just looking at it. It wasn't great. It wasn't a great performance that next week for me.
High expectations and tough to follow up. And Mr. Doss, of course, multiple world championships that you've claimed. What is that like coming back that next week? Is there a hangover?
I think there would be a hangover is in actually the whole next season, because you come back the next year as the world champion. But for me, the week after was just go back to work, man. And now it's a belief. It's this, I can do it. And now I'm a world champion. There's almost this what I would call the Tiger effect, the Tiger Woods effect. Once you believe you can win, you almost feel, as you said, Sexton, unstoppable. And I would certainly expect to see Isaac Robinson to come out today with a good solid round. But let's face it, the first major is in the books. The temperature is warming up and the players are warming up. The scores that are on the board today are no easy feat, and these guys are going to have to play good if they want to play in the top cards tomorrow.
Well, Isaac had no problems lacing fairways, and we really just fawned over the shot on 17. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but all 4 rounds. He had solid shots on one of the most difficult holes and tee shots on the course. The warm embrace with his father, who's so proud to see the superstar from Georgia, embraced by his fellow brother and Georgian in Ezra. All of his friends, of course, taking in the celebrations. And Isaac ready to go here today.
On the tee for the 3:34 tee time, Chase Cord. From Massachusetts, we've got Simon Lazat.
Simon Short caught up on the right side.
Second to tee from Huntington Beach, California, Paul McBeth. the tee from Lawrenceville, Georgia, Isaac Robinson.
Isaac will leap to the left side here of one.
And rounding out this chase card from Wichita, Kansas, Luke Humphreys.
By far closest to the pin out of our entire card. Luke Humphreys is going to have a look from inside the circle for the birdie. Quite the contrast in fairways that we're seeing out here at Jonesboro as opposed to what we saw just a week ago as they were playing the W.R. Jackson course. And someone who had no problems with those fairways last weekend was our very own Isaac Robinson, and he's with Brian Earhart on the ground.
Isaac walking down the fairway of 470, kind of flat from the tee pad's sake. A lot of people after your win at W.R. Jackson wondering what your true distance potential is. What do you think when it comes to this tee shot? What are you having to go with percentage-wise in power?
Pretty much 75 to 90, somewhere in that range. I let it go a little early, so I'm in the woods.
Would you say that 500 feet is a pretty attainable distance for you? I mean, a lot of players saying, or people saying, he's 450 max, and what do you believe?
Yeah, I can get 500 if I need to, but my comfortable range is 450 to 480.
Is that a pretty solid distance for shooting hot on this course?
Yeah, I don't think you need much more than 450.
Well, fantastic, guys. Good luck this round.
Thanks, Brian.
A little bit of distance and accuracy, of course, required out here in Jonesboro. Simon Lizotte. Long bid, but looking like a par here to open his tournament. We're finding Chris Dickerson with his second shot on 12.
Great drive. Great second.
Should be an easy birdie for Chris Dickerson on 12.
Yeah, Dickerson 6 down through 11 holes. That putt would take him to 7 under.
The drone has a way of just making those trees look a lot softer than they truly are once you get in there. What you were saying about contrasting fairways to W.R. Jackson, I agree with you, obviously. This is not a wooded course, but I would argue the rough might be worse here at Jonesboro, even though it isn't as many big trunks. You get in there and it's thorns and it's vines and it's little rollers, and you don't have room to swing your arm. Though the rough is sparse, as you can see in this shot, anything in there, even where Isaac got himself, not the easiest little out.
McBeth lining up his birdie putt from circle's edge, left side chain and out. And he's talked about, he's been very open about some of the struggles that he's had this year, and I keep coming back time and time again to the putt. We've seen a few different forms, some minor tweaks to it, and he just doesn't have it fully dialed in. Clearly that's just one putt here on the weekend, but it looks like his struggles, he hasn't quite figured it out overall.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Simon will clean up. Isaac is in for the par. McBeth would eventually tap in as well. Double G. just an easy little approach on 12. We've got more action on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Some say we're hidden, unless you know where to look. Hidden? No. This is where we stand up straight and tell you who we are, and where we put others first. This is where college football and barbecue are a season in the same. And there's always time for one more lap around the park. This is where we ask, what else can we accomplish together? Come find out, be a part of this. This is Jonesboro, Arkansas. Now you know where to look.
Kyle Klein stepping up for the birdie on 18.
Your Open champion, Gannon Burr.
Another record-setting weekend on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Back-to-back weeks. Winner coming from the chase card. Pretty special stuff. Gannon Burr, Kyle Klein, two young superstars on tour, showing you how to get it done.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Let's take a look at our U-Disc course close-up here on the disc side of heaven. Number 2 rated course in Arkansas. 98th in the world, rated at 4.6 on U-Disc. Both of them designed by Brad Peets. You have a much less difficult course if you don't want to challenge yourself on the more challenging disc side of heaven. Championship course, that's a par 64, just a few feet short of 10,000 feet. Hole 16 was the 5th most eagled on the Disc Golf Pro Tour in 2022. We'll see if that remains true this weekend. Download UDisc today and discover over 14,000 courses. UDisc, the app for disc golfers. So Macbeth throwing his second shot on 2.
Pretty decent angle here for Paul. And yeah, up there, pin high. There's the basket, a little short of pin high.
So the approach by Dickerson. This is all he has left for the birdie.
You would not necessarily think that this course is in the wheelhouse of Chris Dickerson, but he can be sneaky long, and obviously a great putter as well.
Working from the right side of the fairway is Luke Humphreys. Going to take a look at Nate's keys here, brought to us by blackingdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, we can see how important distance with drive placement is. You need to be on the proper side of the fairway if you're going to attack these greens. Fairways and mids. You're going to see the less distance you have off the tee, you're going to have to go to bigger distance drivers on the second shots. With bigger distance off the tee, you can control those fairways and mids into these greens. And with how big this course is, with how big the fairways are, circle 2 putting is going to be a factor. You're not going to be able to park every single hole. You're going to have to make putts from circle 2. Those are the keys here at the disc side of heaven.
Yeah, and I would say distance with drive placement, that's a Chris Dickerson hallmark. He has plenty of arm for what this course puts out there for you. I feel like there's only a couple times where you can really flex the 600-foot shot out here, maybe 2 or 3 opportunities. But Chris has got that 500 all day with great control.
Yeah, we look at a player like the 2-time champion here at Jonesboro, Calvin Heimburg. Think of his ability to throw an eagle.
Sure.
A fairway driver.
Absolutely.
And even an overstable destroyer, which is his high-speed driver. His ability to do that is, as good as anybody on the Pro Tour.
Simon needs height here. Isaac was a little short. Simon's going to have the same fate. Just never really got it up and over that rise, allowing the disc to glide all the way to the pin. This is now Luke trying to salvage the par.
Now Dickerson has a birdie look on 13, and he converts. That'll push him to 8 under.
13 is sneaky difficult, I would say. If you're looking at a map or you're looking at just the raw number of the distance of the hole, it's a low ceiling up a hill, and it has to go so far left if you take that traditional fairway. That's a great shot from Chris to be that close.
Long range look from Macbeth. Does draw metal, but he's going to open up with back-to-back pars.
I mentioned it in last week's show at the major out in Georgia, but the biggest issue for Macbeth has been his opening round. His game, no, it's not as tight as it's been. Of course, he set an extremely high bar for what his game can be. But it's just, and what a great putt by Isaac Robinson.
Wow.
It's just that opening round for Macbeth. Let's face it, on the Pro Tour, no matter how good you are, if you're 6 to 8 shots back after the opening round, it's really hard to overcome that deficit. Macbeth needs a good opening round.
Yeah, that's more true than ever. With the depth of field we're seeing now, the kind of numbers that 10 or 12 guys have been able to put up, the chase card winners, there is not a lot of hope back on that 6th, 7th card late into a tournament. There's really just nothing you can do against so many talented players.
Zot will start with 2 pars.
Give you perspective, hole 2 playing as the 4th most difficult hole today so far. Just 14% of the field have taken birdie here on 2, so pretty good birdie.
Yeah,
you can get it.
I would say a par start is as common as any start you're going to have on this course. Par, very easy to do on holes 1 and 2. Hole 3, you start looking for a birdie a little bit more intently.
And Chris Dickerson with the big drive on 14. He's going to take a quick break, so will we. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more action and our final feature card on the other side of this break.
What people are going to notice when they pick up the Supreme Series is superior grip, superior durability.
The inspiration of creating a new disc line for Dynamic Disc was to actually step up the quality even more.
Our friends over at Latitude 64 have to have special molds made. And this Supreme line of plastic is truly a premium plastic. It's a premium disc, and you will know it when you touch it and when you throw it, that it's as good as it gets.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
You know, a lot of people say that Ed was the father of disc golf. Well, that's true. He did invent the basket. But Ed did another wonderful thing, probably his major accomplishment, was being the first person to realize that we had a sport on our hands, not just a toy.
In 1976, Steady Ed Hedrick founded the Professional Disc Golf Association with a dream of turning a flying plastic toy into a global sport. Since then, the PDGA, members, players, event directors, and volunteers have worked to realize that dream. From the very first baskets to courses around the world. And yet, it's only the beginning. We're looking to the horizon with even bigger dreams for tomorrow.
How is your putter release so powerful even as far out as 50 feet? A lot of the power on my putt is generated from like a little finger pop / wrist action at the very end. Hold a disc in your hand even when you're sitting down on a couch. You can kind of just pop it up. Try to like pop the disc vertical. Do this and just slowly practice getting it higher, and you're just really trying to use your wrist, not really your arm. That's how I do it, and that's a tip to how you can do it too.
Pretty incredible to see what Calvin Heimburg has done over the last few years here in Jonesboro. First, a second, and a first. But what's sticking out there is that 1059, 1060, and 1061 averages when he's here playing. Doss, you were just talking about that power that he has with a fairway, the control that he has. Really shines out here in Jonesboro.
Yeah, and even when it starts to get windy, his ability to keep it so low out of his hand, off the tee, and still power up these fairways, a huge advantage for the two-time champion here at Jonesboro.
Calvin's good a lot of places. Jonesboro chief among them, but this little statistic jumped out at me. The number of calculated weeks at DGPT ranked #1 since the start of 2020. Heimburg 28 weeks. The next best, Wysocki with 18, then all the way down to 9 weeks, Macbeth. That is not what I would have guessed. I know he's been playing great, but that's dominant. 28 weeks in the #1 spot since the start of 2020 for Calvin Heimburg.
And they are just waiting on hole 18 to finish up before our final feature card kicks things off. Now we're with Dickerson on 14. We saw the drive just about in the middle of circle 2.
Tough line there. You saw it just catch that little bit of branch. It's hard to avoid it. He needs height.
Colorado, Eagle McMahon.
Low line drive is filtering to the right side for McMahon. He'll be deep in circle 2.
Second to the tee, Arkansas's own, Kevin Jones.
Oh, no.
Third to the tee, from Safety Harbor, Florida, Calvin Heimburg.
Late fade at the end will bring Calvin inside circle 1.
And rounding out our feature card, we've got Vaina Michaela from Finland.
And tracking just toward the basket left side for Vino.
Great height on that. Perfect flip.
Macbeth with a birdie look on 3. And he's officially on the board. Now Dickerson on the tee of 15.
15, one of the simplest holes on this property. As you can see there, the elevated basket, just a simple mid-range hyzer for Chris. It's a little bit left of the landing zone. It shouldn't be a huge problem, but he might be blind coming in, and there is OB long to worry about there. See how he deals with it.
Double G on the tee of 15. Of course, everyone remembers the ace he rung up here a couple years ago. Well, in case you didn't remember, of course, we're going to show you that action. Simon Lizotte back in 2017. That was before the elevated basket came into play. Of course, Big Germ was right there to witness it, as he usually is. And then Double G 3 years later.
And guess who was on the card? Big Germ. That guy has seen some incredible shots, man.
I think maybe there's something in the fine print of the Disc Golf Pro Tour's contract with the venues. If anything gets aced 2-3 times, that's getting elevated. They don't let you they don't let you feast for long. They're going to make it a little tougher, because if you run the ace now, you're probably circle 2.
No question. Boy, it was a pretty bad tee shot there from Kevin Jones. I know he did get distracted right before he was about to tee, but even off the reset, way left. Fortunate to kick out and able to chip up for what will most likely be an easy par.
Ooh, wow. Good effort from McMahon. But, yeah, I would say extremely fortunate. I thought Jones would be much worse off.
Me too.
Heimburg short, and he talked about that in the press conference, saying that he felt as if some of his putting was off the mark. That was part of his struggle last weekend at the major, and today opening with a short effort on 1. Kevin Jones does get up and down and ultimately saves the par. Kevin not in the action at the major last weekend, so he may have some fresher legs compared to a few of our competitors that just battled it out for 4 rounds at the W.R. Jackson course. The lone birdie on the card comes from Vino. Now Macbeth and his second shot on 4.
Yeah, this is that left side Sexton was referring to. Macbeth going to play it smartly and wisely to the short side of the pin, as OB is just about 33 feet long.
Dickerson picks up the birdie on hole number 15.
9 under. Fantastic. I expect we'll see something similar to what Macbeth did. I think playing it short is probably the prudent thing from over here. Maybe if he can get enough spike angle. I'm scared. I think that might be pushing the out of bounds.
That's OB.
Less than a meter out.
Yeah, you cannot land at the pin there. You do need to come in short. And the way they have it mowed this year, I mean, you saw how quickly that skipped from Robinson. Nice birdie there from Garrett.
Yeah, great bounce back. Now Lizotte with his second.
Needs to make the adjustment.
Much more height. And you see that moderates the speed a little bit. Still an aggressive shot, but he gets away with it there. He's about halfway between the out of bounds and the basket, and should have a pretty short look.
Yeah, he'll be rewarded with a nice uphill putt there without the fear of OB behind. That was really, I think, of the 8 tee shots we saw in one, Vino's was the best. He did not allow the disc to turn over whatsoever. Got a beautiful elevation on it. And just basically a tap-in birdie. Wow, another big high one here.
Gets through the trees. This is going to be, I think, a little bit deep of ideal. It's going to force you into that Anheuser release. Vino's fairly comfortable with that, though, so maybe that's intentional. So there you go, Macbeth with the birdie.
Yeah, basically here on 2, the more to the left that you can get, the more of a pure hyzer angle you're going to have back towards the pin. The more to the right you are, as Sexton referred, you're going to have to go turnover, and even this is way too deep, and now those branches are going to be a huge factor.
I'm confused what Eagle's hoping for there. He kind of went low missile, and I don't know. I mean, that's not going to get very far left. I guess he must be trying to set up some kind of big hyzer second, because that is not the shot you would expect to see. This one here is also a little lower. So this is, I guess we'll see it now. We'll see whatever Kevin's doing here is what Eagle wanted to do, but he's going to have a hard time doing it now as he is kind of just into that rough. Traditionally, you're trying to move it super out of sight to the left.
Yeah, we saw McMahon turn around and mouth "wow," as in he knew he misfired, or that the disc just simply didn't react the way he was expecting after the throw and after
This
the
is
release.
exactly what you would expect from all four. High, way out there, way left.
Yes,
Great angle.
That is position A, I would think.
Very surprised to see those guys going so low and to the right. Oh, nice putt there from Isaac. Saves his par. Did a lot of that last
course he
weekend.
does. Of course he does. The guy is just it's hard for me to put into words how much I love and hate how easy his putt looks. It's incredible to watch him.
Dickerson's tee shot here on hole number 16, the par 5.
I love the nice still we have of Isaac in some of our little flashbacks and things. And the way he releases it, he's just serving the disc. His front hand is pointed to the sky. The way he just serves that disc up, and he does it so casually. There's no reason, there's no surprise why he's a major champion now. And early part of his career. Won Disc Golf Pro Tour last year, now the major. And he's here to stay. I mean, what a performance he put on in last year's Tour Championship as well.
Hole 5, one of the most treacherous. This looks great. Does it have enough? I don't think so. Wow, I loved the line. I'm kind of surprised to see the power be off. That's going to go to the drop zone. Big mistake.
And after Isaac had laid up, here he is throwing his second on hole 5, just trying to walk away with the par.
It's one of the hardest par 3s of the year. You certainly can celebrate a birdie, but you cannot fault that layup play. It is a nice stress reliever. I'm not surprised to see Isaac take the smart play there.
Yeah, currently hole number 5 averaging 3.15, and that's just the second most difficult hole on the course today so far through round 1. Now McMahon looks like he's going to try to go for the backside hyzer. Got to go low. And that's exactly what we'd expect. Too low, too far to the right, and in the thick woods on the right side of hole number 2.
Wow. Yeah.
Nothing OB on that side whatsoever. The OB on 2 is the entire left side of the fairway.
And I mean, I'm doing my best here, but trying to understand the lines that Eagle is capable of, it is not an easy job. I don't really understand why he likes that play, to go lower and then try to go around the back. Maybe lets him throw a little harder on the second. But I don't know. I would have expected, the high drifter and then, honestly, mid-range for him up that hill. Here's going to be the flex I was talking about. I think Vino a little out of position. I expected to see this come out on Anheuser and try to flatten out as it gets up to the basket. It looks like it's going to do that too quickly, and there is an OB line over there. Nice. Stops just short of it.
And that's where the keys that I mentioned, fairways and mids. Most likely that was a fairway driver that he had to really maintain that turnover on with that slow speed. A faster disc would have skipped right out of bounds.
This looks good. Just a tad wide, but certainly makeable for Calvin Heimburg.
Yeah, great shot, I think. Good. Set himself up perfectly with that drive. Point to point for Calvin Heimburg. He's just going to go straight up that hill. He's got about 20, 24 feet maybe.
This should just be the chip to the bottom of the hill. Or not.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Does he have the standstill distance to go across the water?
Wow.
I think he does. The question is, does he have the angle and can he hit it?
I mean, he is so far back.
This is a big risk.
Well, we
Wow.
heard ground, much better than a splash per se.
Anything safe is a win from there. I
Yeah.
mean, he's gonna that is phenomenal. Big time gutsy play.
Yeah, they're showing him on fairway after 2 shots. Be very interested to see where that actually ends up. Robinson on the island hole number 6, and what a beaut. A little bushwhacking here for Eagle McMahon.
If that becomes too remote, Macbeth is going to have to put a new course over there with his foundation.
I mean, he is right in front of the foundation banners.
He'd save some money on travel, surely. Getting the crew out there just like one random tree at Jonesboro. Make a little mini course, maybe. Eagle kind of reduced to a layup there, just too much going on. It's also sort of speaks to just his incredible talent in a way that he can kind of go shank, and it's still just the easiest par ever.
Sure.
Yeah.
Vino has a look from 11 meters. Scoops out, pushes to the right side. Vino, of course, coming off of his tie for 7th last weekend. One of the better performances we've seen from him in recent memory.
This is about 2 steps closer than the one Calvin missed back on hole 1.
Whatever adjustment was needed, he will pick up the birdie. As we can see from the Zuka Flanners, along with the flag on top of the basket, wind doesn't appear to be a factor whatsoever.
Enjoy it while it lasts is what I would say about that.
If anything, on some of these holes, it's the lack of wind. You know, maybe a tailwind on one of these longer holes you would almost prefer. But you'll always take no wind.
Sure. Especially on a hole like this.
Yeah.
Luke
Trying
Humphreys.
to hit an island green. Luke Humphreys pretty high with it.
Wait, kind of drifted that sidearm nicely. You would think with that much height, going to the right side OB would be in play, but he drifted it nicely.
Great way to control the speed. He's got plenty of power with that forehand.
Usually you see them kind of low powering it on this hole. You know.
Yeah, I'd say this line is
Very
what we're
similar
used
to
to.
this, yeah.
Both just fine, basically parked.
Because that 6 green kind of pitches towards the player.
Oh, so this is where Chris ended up. Fantastic. That's going to just be a layup for the easy birdie on the par 5.
That's gutsy for
It
Chris
really
to go out
is.
from under a tree over water. But he did find the big left side open, you know, of the green.
I like it as a play. I mean, you're going downhill. If you have the ability to get that Anheuser on the shot, distance shouldn't be too much of an issue. I mean, hindsight, it's easy to say, but yeah, I really like it. Fantastic play. Basically guarantees birdie if you can pull that shot off.
Mm-hmm.
Now Lazat for a birdie look here on 6. Gets that one to drop Good bounce back after the bogey on 5.
And save himself some frustration. 6 is not an easy hole to miss mentally in one of these big feature groups, especially on a calm day. I mean, it is right there in front of you. It's even worse if you miss the island, but just missing the birdie is difficult. Simon does a good job there to step up and can a much bigger putt than he expected to have.
Pin high left side for Vino. Now Isaac for birdie on 6.
Super overstable driver.
See how hard that fought back at the end there.
Yeah, big long toe drag there from Eagle McMahon, really putting everything he had into what looked like a slower flying disc with all that stability. Kevin, a understable disc here going off to the right. It'll be short right.
Now Macbeth for his birdie on 6. Short range connection, no problem. Also the bounce back after the bogey on 5. Now Double G is here in 2, so this is a look at Eagle. And he cashes it in. Double G doing work on 16. I'm a big fan of the hot boom sauce. That's what it took to get to this spot, but then he closes it out with the spice from the halal guys.
And
doing work.
That is the 7th eagle today on hole number 16. 16 is one of my favorite holes from a stroke separation perspective on the entirety of the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Yeah, it's a great one. And I got to tip my cap to Garrett Gerthy, a guy who has been kind of dogged for his putting through his career. I feel like this season and into last season, he has been a very good putter, well above average in my opinion. It's been really great to watch him. He's making so many.
Overview shot here of hole number 3. Kevin Jones from the middle of circle 2. Calvin high with his effort. I'm going to throw it out to Brian, who's on the course with us. Brian, normally we see 3 or 3.5 park jobs on this hole. What's the struggle out there today?
Terry, if I knew the answer, I would have already texted it to you, because right now I'm a little perplexed. It is like high 60s, low 70s. The sun is behind the clouds. There's no wind. The grass is nice and trimmed up. Everything is as it should be. And then we see Eagle going with this weird decision of the overstable driver off the tee, looking like he had to work really hard. He threw a mid in years past and very easily parked the hole. So I don't know. I was a little confused seeing those shots as well.
And I'm glad I'm not the only one that's surprised by these tee shots and the effort. Makala.
There you go. Good putt. Yeah, I was in the same boat. I was getting ready to talk about the fact that, oh, here comes Eagle with a mid-range because it's calm. And then once I saw the effort he put in, I was, well, clearly I'm wrong. I was wrong about that. He's going overstable fairway here. Looks like he's still you know, acceptably close to the basket, though. So,
yeah, I'm just used to, you know, almost 4 bag-on putts, you know, to pick up the birdie here in calm conditions. And we have Eagle, who's closest to the pin, and he still has this much of a putt.
yeah, it doesn't matter in the end, he says. He'll throw whatever he pleases.
Yeah,
Get the birdie.
And, you know, we're not too far off, guys. The leader of the tournament's 12 down. So you would expect to see that early birdies.
Everybody's tapping in, and we're going to tap out for a quick break. We'll be right back.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Hammes needs to get something going. And in, Adam Hammes. Hole in one. Incredible. And welcome back, everyone. We are on the tee of 4 with Makila.
Just want to mention while we see Vino lining up for his tee shot on the previous hole, you may have noticed him take, well, what looked like 2 meters worth of space. There was barbed wire, and you are allowed up to 2 meters away from barbed wire, hence fully in compliance with the rules.
Nothing wrong with this one. Creeping a little left. He's going to have that same sort of decision, but good distance under those branches. Job done in a lot of ways on this hole. If you can just get your 350 to 400.
I want to throw it out to Brian real quick. Brian, we see a couple of striped poles out on the course. Can you give everyone at home a clarification as to what those mean?
Yeah, the long pole, the one that's initially off the tee pad, is a 500-foot marker to the pin. The red one in the middle of this fairway here is a 250 marker. I like the distance markers. I think it's something that hopefully speeds up play and gives players with the tendency to use their Bushnell a bit too much at least something to go off of.
Yeah, appreciate the clarification, Brian. It also helps not just the players, obviously it helps commentators, helps really everyone to give us a little bit of a reference point when seeing those out there, and you'll find them on a number of holes. And they've had those out here, I think, since day one, dating back to the 2016, 2017 time frame.
So interesting to see the way that we saw McMahon playing this hole. Calvin, they both went low. This is Kevin Jones taking the more aggressive, over-the-top look, and he gets all the way out into the open. We've seen that in previous years from guys like McMahon.
Macbeth with his second shot on 7.
Basket's just in the middle of those trees, so he's trying to work this left and then swing into the gap. It looks pretty good, just a little short. Edge of circle, I would guess.
Definitely going to want to make that putt. 7, one of the easiest holes today, playing against the 4th easiest. Over 50% of the field have taken birdie over there on 7.
So Chris Dickerson with his second shot on 17. It's going to be short. Now Robinson, his second on 7.
Some more challenging shot here with the backhand. That's a little inside, but gets through and nearly makes the
Wow.
2 just over the top of the basket.
I wonder if he's playing that aggressive of a line on purpose. Wow.
Well, when you reach out to our friends at Sunstein, you could find out if you could possibly patent some of your intellectual property that you might have, copyrights, NFTs. They have all sorts of solutions for you over at our friends at Sunstein Law. Make sure you reach out to them today. Great partners and supporters here of the Disc Golf Pro Tour and the Disc Golf Network.
Can you patent luck? Because, I mean, it was a little lucky through the tree there, but
God,
he'll take it.
I mean, you want to the commentator in me wants to say, oh, yeah, he missed a shot, but then seeing how he's been playing, you kind of go, okay, maybe that's just the play, and he doesn't care if he hits a tree because a 40-footer is just a nice, happy little putt. So what does he care if he's going to bounce short? But, yeah, either way, he almost rang that thing up.
Yeah, what a great controlled second shot from Heimburg, just about 10 feet away. Makala's got to be careful here not to go too long.
Nicely done.
Beth converts. Hasn't seen a par since hole 2.
I mean, this should be no more than just a mid, maybe even overstable putter for McMahon.
Super overstable is right. It's probably that tactic or something in that speed class that looked like it did not even move on its angle once he put it up on the hyzer and just took that nice little skip. Perfect weight on the shot.
You can see the angle Kevin's created for himself. Got this one single tree to beat.
The reason that over-the-top shot is so difficult and the roller as well is risky is because, as you can see out in front of him, there's a few trees in this fairway that are OB. The rough around them is OB. So really punishing if you hit one of those. And he's certainly risking that, but pays off in a big way here as he's left with just such a simple approach shot.
And Isaac Robinson converts.
Not surprised to see him playing well after winning the major last week, especially in these good conditions.
Chris Dickerson gets that one to flop
nice.
in. That is a 3-pack of turkey for Dickerson on 15, 16, and 17. He's looking to close out strong. Chris Dickerson currently 11 under. Hot round in the clubhouse is Aaron Gossage at 12 under.
Yeah, Gossage did his bogey free, 12 down. He did have an eagle on number 16.
Up and in on hole number 4.
Bino, one of the most deliberate players on tour. Really following his routine regardless of the scenario.
Dickerson as well.
Yeah.
And in years past, we've seen some type of curse here on Ford, and it reared its ugly head this morning on the FPO side, and looks like we're going to skirt through on the MPO side, at least on our coverage, that is. There's something about hole 4's basket that seems to get somebody every single year. I'll just hold my breath until tomorrow now.
Is that why you're so red, Terry?
That's one of the many reasons.
Look at that turnover.
No breathing room for that guy. Robinson next to the basket.
It must be nice. He is just as hot gets. I just love to see him operating at this level. Got to be so fun. That was beautiful.
Yeah, there's a belief inside Isaac Robinson that he can do no wrong. And he should feel that way, to be completely honest.
And someone else who was putting on a show for us last weekend as well. Couldn't quite hunt down what we were seeing by Isaac Robinson, but he tried in that final round. Silas Schultz, 7 for 8 to get his tournament started.
Look, whatever Silas Schultz did about 3 weeks ago, he should write a book.
patent that.
He should write a book. Because, guy, has he ever flipped a switch?
Yeah.
Unbelievable start, backing up his performance at W.R. Jackson.
The thing is that we, as the people that are really involved in disc golf, we know how good Silas is. And it was surprising to even know that he had not finished in the top 10 in a DGPT or major until last week. And again, that's a boost of confidence for him. You know, I talked about that for the winner in Isaac, but it's got to be for Silas as well. You know, the belief that, yeah, the hard work does pay off. And just let it come to you. Don't try to force it. Seems like he's doing that very, very well. Guy doesn't like making pars.
No, not at all.
These are just layup plays. Oh, this looks like
I think
he's
Eagle's going, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Eagle's got the power to take that hyzer all the way home and does so just perfectly.
Well, yeah, so we saw the layup play on that same angle from Makila, but
most people going on that side of the tree are laying up.
Eagle, wow, what a shot.
But in the calm and maybe even in the wind if you're that guy, but holy cow, he's just under the basket. Fantastic.
Yeah, we typically see this low power shot as the go for it.
Ooh, does it fight? Yes. Scary. Those trees could definitely knock you out of bounds.
Hole 2, second most difficult hole today, 495. Does play downhill. That late OB, the biggest issue. 6% of the field have taken birdies. So that's just 7 players today. That's the layup.
Yeah.
And we also talk about how hole 5 can be a real round killer. It's easy to rack up strokes. You can go out of bounds at what looks like a good shot. You just barely go out of bounds. You go to the drop zone, and that's guaranteeing you a 4 pretty much. As we roll a Zuka replay, taking another look at Eagle McMahon.
Wow.
So I meant he was laying it up underneath the basket.
Yes,
yeah,
we knew
he wasn't trying to ace.
No.
He's laying that up.
Yeah, exactly. It's a smart play.
I mean, he's not a crazy person.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what happened to Macbeth last year after hitting underneath the basket and then rolling out of bounds. Eagle says, I don't want to mess with that.
And look at the design change. It's koozies now. No more of those cylinders. That cylinder had a tendency to force that rollover. As we see a nice putt from Luke Humphreys on the elevated basket on 8.
Beth will tap in.
Beth slowly but surely making his way back to pace.
Yep.
Isaac moves to 5 under through 8.
The drone shot here really shows you what a great shot that Eagle really did execute. Having to go out and over that one tree, flattening it up, and then bringing it back to the pin. Phenomenal shot. Second shot there from Kevin. While it is playing as the second most difficult hole, and I mentioned just the 7 birdies, it's only been 19% bogeys, so a lot of pars. Probably a lot of players playing up.
And thank you to the aerial assistance brought to us by Flight Factory.
I would anticipate of the 74% of the players that have parred so far, a lot of them looked just like that.
I think even more like Kevin's. Vino's is like a very aggressive layup to where you truly have jump putt in. It's a luxury. Like he's doing it. He's doing kind of almost a hybrid play where he's pushing 400, I would say, off the tee. And if you're confident with it, there's no safer 3. You know, because he literally had jump putt in. That's awesome because I find when you're throwing a little half throw and the absolute nightmare is the miss short, before you know it, you have a 28-footer coming back on this hole because you just know it. You're telling yourself in your head, you cannot fluff this little shot.
Yeah.
Easy to glide it long. Calvin got through those corner trees and has this for the birdie.
And he liked it. It wasn't even halfway there, and he was ready to bend over and pick up the mini. So Calvin liking that putting stroke.
Pretty close to the shot of the day, I would say, so far for Eagle McMahon.
No stress as we take a look at hole number 6.
Yeah, downhill 315 feet to the island green. The water is certainly there, but not a major worry for the players. It just kind of serves to make the hole a little bit more beautiful and to get your feet a little wet if you take a bad roll away or you do come up short to get your disc back. But it can be tricky for sure, especially when the wind comes up. It's a speed control shot. You can use the fact that the green is sloping up to kind of come in with a little extra speed. I think that's the smart play, to kind of hit it committed, hit about 20 short, and just kind of take that check skip forward, staying away from the out-of-bounds wall.
81% of the field have put it inside circle 2 in regulation. And basically, if you're on the island, you're inside circle 1. So 79% inside circle 1, and 76% of the field went on to make their putts there. I think the lack of wind is one of those reasons.
Yes.
On a really windy day, this is traditionally in the top 5 or 6 as far as difficulty.
Certainly will have plenty of bogeys.
Yeah.
If you don't get in bounds, you play from short of the water. So you have a significant little shot left. And I feel like this was the hole where we saw Eagle McMahon go to a short forehand despite the injury. Was this last year? It was either last year or 2 years ago. I'm sorry for not having that ready to go, but this was the hole that broke Eagle McMahon and had him walking off the course with the serious injury. Just this little forehand. So didn't do that this time. He's on the backhand, and I'm sure he's got some sort of painful memories, you know, being right here in this spot, because that really derailed his season. Perfect.
Problems for Heimburg.
Yeah. Here is that low power play. Expect the hillside to take care of all that speed. And expect Vino to slam dunk that thing for a birdie 2. That looked like a lot of Anheuser, but works its way back.
Second shot by Dickerson on 18.
U-disc showing him on the fairway after 2 throws, so maybe out short of circle 2.
And we've only seen 1 birdie on 18 today, and that goes to our leader in Aaron Gossage. Double G's now throwing his second shot.
Huge drive. He likes it.
For him to go above that branch, but below the branches above it, very tight shot there for G, and he gave a little fist pump.
Macbeth off right.
Girthy did get inside circle 2.
Okay.
Over there on 18.
18 as a whole, you got to have a solid game plan. I feel like you want to play it for birdie, but if your drive is anything less than about an 85th percentile drive for you, it's time to switch it up, take your foot off the gas, and get out of there with the par. It is not a hole that you get away with pressing from out of position. The OB is just too close to the basket.
So the players here on 16's green, Terry waiting for the players, excuse me, on the 6th green, waiting for the players on the 16th fairway.
So Macbeth's second shot coming in hot.
Oh, no. Well, let's hope everybody's okay. That certainly looked like it made contact with the cameraman.
Now McMahon for birdie on 6. No problems for Eagle. KJ is in, and Doss, we were just looking at the stats here. What did I see? Just 9% par on hole number 6.
5%.
Oh, yeah, that number continues to yeah, it just continues to dwindle. And they're going to take a walk over to 7, but don't go anywhere. We have more action on the other side of this commercial break.
Hey, Jonathan, catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top-quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
One of my favorite partnerships with Discraft is the Paul Macbeth molds. The Athena specifically has just been a really fun one because it's a disc that I've been looking forward to. It's definitely a staple in my bag. It sits right between my Undertakers and my Onyx. A little bit blunt nose so it can fight and handle the wind, it can handle some torque, and it's just one that I can throw at all powers. That's what I really like about it. I'm just glad that we're able to make this disc, have it in hand, and have it as a stock disc that anyone can get.
Welcome back, Eagle McMahon on the tee of 7.
Just a long power drive here, back up the hill. Pretty much perfect. Completely blind second shot here on 9. Gotta go up and over the hill and then control the speed as it slopes away from the players. And why don't you use that branch to slow you down?
Wow. That is phenomenal. You don't see too many people parked here.
No.
It's always edge of circle putts. Great shot.
Ooh. We'll have to see on that one for Calvin.
It looked like it snuck through the backside at least enough. I expect he's going to be able to
Stand-still
get
sidearm.
under there and throw a forehand. Not the ideal line. Obviously cost himself a little bit of distance.
That was Macbeth's third.
Solid shot.
Double G looking to double the birdie count that we found on 18 here today.
Yeah, the scorekeeper updating from circle 2 to circle 1.
Center chain, no problem for Garrett Gurthie. 9 under effort to open up his tournament.
Wow, in the middle of the course where the players can really score, Garrett kind of stalled out but played nearly the rest of the course perfect, minus the one blemish.
That's inside the circle. Good approach shot for Kevin Jones. We don't often see forehands by Makula, but that one nearly perfect, resting right up next to the koozie.
Yeah, and it's just it calls. It's wide open on that left side. You just throw a nice sidearm, perfectly executed. That's Dickerson for his par. Nice round.
Yeah, even after a very slow start, 3 pars to open. Still finishes with a bogey-free 11 under. Lazat is in for the birdie on 9.
Confident putt. Edge of circle going downhill, nothing behind the basket, and he hit that with pace. That's a good sign for Simon Lazat's confidence, I think.
McMahon also inside the circle.
Those branches above the basket on the tree short are the reason why the backhand turnover is not an ideal shot into this green. You'd love to be able to fly it up there and flare skip right under the branches and then move hard right. Calvin doesn't even need to go to the knee here, it looks like. He's a little long, but he should have something.
Now Macbeth for his par on 9. Let's see his birdie streak come to an end.
Presnell sneaking into the small leaderboard there at 10 under par. Just moments ago, eagling hole number 16. Currently on the fairway of 18. From CTP to FTP here for Calvin Heimburg.
Not exactly confident, but
it's a catch. A catch is a catch.
That's what Val says about me.
Is that what she calls you, though? Pretty much what we would expect to see here on hole number 7.
Short birdie for Isaac Robinson on the 9th.
This guy right here, Silas Schultz, of all of the players we've been watching so far on our final 2 cards, he is beating them all currently. 8 under through 10 holes. This is the tee pad of 11. Could not be more impressed with Silas Schultz. Just 2 pars so far.
Take a look at some of what Silas was doing last weekend. This was after an errant second shot, but he makes up for it and still cards the birdie there on 9. So he was doing it with the putter. Also said he didn't throw anything faster than a fairway driver all weekend long. We know such great control. And then this shot on hole number 11 during the final round. He was 9 under at the time and almost rang up the ace to get him back on pace for 11 for 11. He'd go on to birdie that and was only 10 under through 11. Silas Schultz making some big moves last week.
I mean, the way he's going right now, combining the statistics from that final round and this first round is going to be mind-boggling.
Yes.
The amount of birdies, the amount of putts.
And it was basically in the 3rd round of the major, maybe 3 holes, maybe 4 holes. We'll give 4 holes is what derailed that major Silas last week.
Calvin gets through the corner.
Tee at 10, Isaac Robinson.
10's kind of a low ceiling tunnel, finishing right. Just needs to hurry up and do that part, get a little to the right, but it is pretty solid. 40-footer, maybe a little more.
Number 8, the 5th easiest hole today.
They're making 8 look easier than I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, Makula agrees.
It's easy, sure, but that rough is tough, and you also sort of tend to see some people go about 45 feet long trying to avoid that rough. The wind being down, players coming right off the major, everybody kind of clicking. I've never seen 8 parked as much as I've seen today.
Yeah, I think with the wind being down, it opens up the sidearm for more players.
Mm-hmm.
You know, say you have a headwind there, a lot of players might have to go to the backhand or do something a little bit more tricky. But, yeah, it's pretty much just kind of put it on one angle and let it traverse up to the pin. This looks great, Sexton.
Yeah, more right movement. Oh, yeah. About 10 feet for Simon Lizotte.
And up ahead on the green here of 10.
Yeah, it's about a 40-foot putt.
There's nobody better. There's nobody better.
It's comical.
On the planet right
It's
now
comical.
from that 40-foot range. It is so good. Amazing.
And we'll continue to watch the score of Andrew Presnell. As you said, got the eagle on 16, and we'll see if he can capture one of the birdies, one of the elusive birdies found on 18. Either way, at least 10 under right now, having a great opening round.
Yeah, and UDisc is showing him in the fairway. You would not think that Presnell was the kind of guy that would be able to get all the way to 18. But then again, a really good tee shot on that hole, put in the proper side of the fairway. I think anybody on the leaderboard can attack it. It's not often that we see a 20-footer be the longest putt on 8.
Well, 8 looking so tempting that this morning Kat Murch busted out the left-handed drive. Fortunately for her, it didn't work out, but she did give it the attempt. It actually led to her only bogey of the round.
Wow, I didn't know she had that in the toolbox.
Well,
Interesting.
she might need to recheck the toolbox for tomorrow's round.
Just to bust out the lefty.
She said she didn't regret it. She knows it's got a little more work, but she said she didn't regret going with it. As I said, it turned out to be the only bogey of her round, though.
It's like Eagle at the European Open last year, just parking.
Yes.
The second hole, yeah.
I mean, it was insane.
If I get a nice swing into it and an X step, I've got like maybe a wobbly 115 feet with a flippy distance driver. Not a lot of control on it, though, is the problem.
No.
So I generally just go with the jump putt with my right hand.
Could you imagine final round
situations.
European Open, you got to throw a lefty on 2?
I mean, I would need about 4 of them to get to the basket.
Silas, what a tee shot. That was so far up there. I mean, just a chip. Guys, you can't get much better than that off the tee on 11.
No.
Wow, and he's going to have a tap-in birdie.
Yeah, capitalizing, even more importantly, put him right next to the basket. Ezra Robinson is going to make a good putt here on 11.
And having a great round as well. 6 down through 11 holes.
And from one Robinson to another.
I've got to say, thinking about watching Isaac here playing so well, the lack of wind, I think, is a big factor with that. Not to discredit his power, but when the wind gets up high here at Jonesboro, that's where players like McMahon and Heimburg, they really shine.
Yes.
Because of the overstability that they can use. And so I think Robinson is really doing a nice job at taking advantage of the wind and, of course, the momentum from last week.
We're seeing Eagle go.
Yeah, we've seen this before.
Around it all.
Yeah, it puts him up on the higher shelf on his second shot.
Love it.
A little bit of a flatter ground play from up that way, too.
If I get my lefty dialed in with kind of, up in that 600-foot power range, a little practice, I might go for something like that. That looks tempting because he's taking this gap right out of the equation.
Ooh, a little fortunate there.
Yeah, certainly filtering through for Heimburg. Silas bag on the tap-in birdie on 11. 9 down through 11. Silas Schultz red hot right now.
Good drive from Vino there. Little too much flip for Kevin, I fear. Although it is getting a little work back. Better than I thought, actually. It looked to me like it was breaking all the way over. I think that's going to be fine.
Speaking of breaking, we're going to take a quick break here on the network. We'll be right back.
Some say we're hidden, unless you know where to look. Hidden? No. This is where we stand up straight and tell you who we are, and where we put others first. This is where college football and barbecue are a season in the same. And there's always time for one more lap around the park. This is where we ask, what else can we accomplish together? Come find out. Be a part of this. This is Jonesboro, Arkansas. Now you know where to look.
Whether you're out playing a tournament or just hanging out with friends, don't let your grip cost you strokes out on the disc golf course.
Aaron, try this.
When you have a better grip on your discs, you have the confidence to perform your best with each throw and every putt. Whale sacks are whale-shaped grip bags designed to dry your hands so you can trust that you have the best grip on your disc. Get a whale sack, because better grip means better confidence.
Welcome back. Eagle McMahon throwing his second shot. That's leaking down and left of the pin. Actually, going to find some trouble down there. And not often do you see Eagle, kind of give that extra swing after the fact, after he's thrown. That's like something we see from Pierce all the time, but not so much Eagle.
And that right there is the typical action we see on 9 versus what we saw earlier from Robinson, who was able to use the lake tree to get within just 10 feet of the pin. Here's the bird's eye view. Doesn't do it justice. Whoa.
Ooh. Okay. Up near that branch, I think I saw the disc land.
And I'm assuming that's the grenade, right? Where he flips it upside down, thumb on the inner rim.
I think so.
And he just...
It was a quick... We didn't have a lot of time to see him let that go, or a lot of time to see it in the air. But it was very vertical out of the hand, so that would be my assumption.
Yeah, we'll check in with Brian. Brian, did you get a chance to see where that grenade-looking shot from Kevin Jones landed?
Yeah, he did go grenade on that and went super high. He's still circle's edge, maybe just a bit outside. Kind of obstructed in that tree with those low-hanging branches.
Thank you, Brian. Now with Robinson here, throwing his second on 11 and comes up short. So he's in circle 2 with his birdie look.
Just canned one of those on the previous hole.
Silas Schultz.
So Terry, last week, final round, Silas went 11 for 12. And if he can birdie here, 10 for 12.
And he crushed that. He's going to still be blind to the basket, but it's a putter. It's just about getting the speed right.
Yep.
So I'll ask now, guys, will Aaron Gossage's 12 under be the hot score by the time we close out today's round? Either tied or alone, will it still be the hot score?
Silas he's going to scare that score. With the way the conditions are and his power, I got to think that Silas is going to have a chance unless he makes an error, potentially. McMahon is shooting pretty hot too. I mean, he's 6 down through 8 holes. He's got to just try to save his par here on 9. And Robinson, of course, he's 7 down through 11.
And Calvin and Vino are also 6
right
through
there.
8. Yeah, I'm going to vote 13. Somebody pushes to 13. That's my feeling at the moment.
With the way the wind is, that seems like the and I think that could be Schultz. I really do.
Certainly could be.
Also looking at a Kyle Klein who has 7 birdies in a row and is putting for his 8th birdie in a row right now. Corey Ellis has plenty of room. James Proctor has room to pick up more strokes here to close out. Some very impressive golf here in the opening round.
I mean, this is what happens when you take the best 100 players in the world and essentially have them play indoors. I mean, I've never seen Jonesboro this calm.
Oh, and the right side doesn't get it to fall in, though, for Heimburg.
So Vino, he kind of juiced his backhand, but you can get a little fortunate through the backside. He did get all the way through, but very obstructed. So obstructed that he's probably going to have to just chip it out, try to get it close.
Yeah, exactly as you called it, Doss. Just trying to pitch out and have the easy tap in.
I think we're waiting for, oh, yep, here's Kevin. This would be a big bonus birdie for Kay Jones here.
Thank you. Online the whole way. Kevin Jones going to close out the front 9 with a birdie.
Pretty sure he's the only one going backhand hyzer or sidearm flex to a grenade.
Yeah.
to a 42-footer.
Yeah. Considering I'm not in town.
True.
You know. But no, that is a special strategy. That is a KJ special.
And we've got some specials coming to you. We'll be right back.
Why disc golf? It's the people. It's fun.
It's being in nature.
It's the lucky shots.
It's the feeling.
It's different.
It's the challenge.
It's the throws.
So come out.
Grab a disc.
Or 2. And let it fly with Lone Star Disc.
Meet Pure, the most modern disc golf bag in the universe. Join the Pure family today. Pre-sale at puredisc.net.
My favorite flavor of Double G Craft Jerky, easy choice, the teriyaki. I love my sweet and I love my salty food. It's a great combination of both.
Got to go for the hot boom sauce to give you that extra kick.
Probably going to surprise a lot of you guys. My favorite flavor is actually the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. I find it to be one of the best turkeys I've ever had.
Welcome back. Silas Schultz appears to be lining up a jump putt for his approach.
Okay, yeah, the drive confirmed as crushed.
And I think it would be smart to just jump putt, control layup.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly what he was doing there.
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah.
So sort of a jump throw in that sense.
Yes.
Silas looking to put another birdie on his scorecard.
I mean, I'll give it to him, Terry. He was 5 feet away. I'll take the L on that one if he misses.
Getting awfully generous these days here.
Hey, I'm becoming more and more of a fan. Not that I wasn't already. His YouTube page is just brilliant. If you've ever seen that.
Isaac flexing out to the left side, perfectly fine though. That'll work out.
I'm gonna go to the point of saying this is the best conditions of any individual day we've seen so far on the Disc Golf Pro Tour in 2023.
I mean, what more could you ask for?
It's what did Brian say? 68, 72, something like that. No wind. Friday.
Maybe a little muggy. That'd be maybe the only thing you could. But wow.
Look at this. If it gets over that log, which it does. Ooh. Oh, very unfortunate.
A little too much power. Got that nose up skip.
Also a slight change we're seeing this year that it is not an elevated pin here on 10. I feel like that's been an element that has often been in play for the last couple of years, that it's up on some form of stand or elevation, but not this year. Keep drifting to the right. That's going to come in hot just as Calvin's did. He actually did go a little long.
Ooh, uh-oh,
Nate.
Uh-oh.
I might have to just drop my headset if he doesn't make this one.
Okay, you can count on him. You can count on him. It wasn't a 5-footer, but great putt.
Yeah, I mean, we did not see that from our camera angle, clearly, but incredible 27-foot putt from Silas Schultz. And Silas Schultz is now tied for 5th place, and he's only played 12 holes.
Rarely do we see a drive go this deep of the basket here. We've seen them go past, but not by this much. And now we've Kelvin and Vina both going deep.
And you have to be a little careful on this putt because of the slope. Anything left side basket hit can easily continue to roll away to the left side. Very tricky putt. A little bit of danger here for Heimburg.
We saw right side chain on a previous putt, this time high and right.
Yeah, but I think that's the miss you want in that scenario. You do not want low left, you want high right. I think a good overall putt there from Calvin.
Same distance as hole number 9. Kevin Jones drops another one in from circle 2.
Putter is heating up for Kevin. Fantastic.
McMahon from 13 meters.
If you like birdies, what a day to be watching.
Seriously.
This is incredible.
And, you know, again, I just want to mention, from what we've seen from players like Silas Schultz, Isaac Robinson, McMahon, Kevin Jones, Calvin, Paul McBeth has played 11 holes. He's only 4 under. This is what I'm talking about. This first round has just been a thorn in his side. Robinson going just outside circle on the long side of the basket.
This is Schultz on the tee of 13.
You'd like to see that a little higher to drive up that hill, but
yeah, with his power, I think you hope maybe it's running up the hill with the skip, but hard to tell. We'll have to wait and see how close he got that.
Very workable approach shot there by Simon.
Should also mention we just saw Lazat. He's also only 4 under through 11 holes. High Spikeheiser here on 11. Wow, Kevin, a little too high.
11 is a very easy hole right up until the moment that it's not.
Yes.
And he's in trouble now because now it's a little bit difficult to get out of there and try to swing it back. And there's a lot of tough rough. If you throw the good drive, you can basically write the birdie down. But if you don't throw a good drive, it can get really tough.
Yeah.
See if McMahon will have a stretched out forehand to approach to the basket from there. Now Heimburg.
Position A there for Calvin.
Yeah, you would expect from there he'll have maybe 160, 170, little spike forehand, turnover, whatever you want, all kinds of airspace of it to him. I'd expect that to be a simple approach for Calvin.
Makula with a solid shot. Maybe just a touch inside, but should be workable from there. Robinson back uphill and just tickles chains. And that birdie is going to slip past him. And we saw Silas actually go deep of the pin, almost carried 2 straight. Either that or it tried to roll up and then caught an edge and rolled back down the hill. Either way, Schultz for birdie. Silas doesn't convert. McBeth has a birdie luck on 12.
Solid putt from Paul there after the 3 straight pars. That putt we just saw from Schultz was officially on U-disc inside of circle 1. So missed circle 1 putt there. And like you said, Jones
Good
just
recovery.
trying to scramble.
Good, I think good, smart type of recovery there. He put himself kind of a little bit behind the great drives, but he should be able to get out of there with the par.
Yeah, you can see he was in this kind of tree, kind of center right of your screen, had to get out past the big one that's kind of upper center left of your screen, and he did get out. And then the pin is just in that little cut up in the
very top of the screen there.
Yeah, exactly. Give you perspective, that's hole number 9 coming back the other direction on the left side of your screen. Good crowd today. As Kat Merch would say, the Arkansan fans.
I'm sure she says it right.
Hey, I trust her.
I wouldn't trust myself, but
I've heard the Arkansas River called the Arkansas River. So I don't know if that's like just a regional thing. Somebody might have an answer for me there.
I'm sure somebody does.
Yeah.
I'm sure of that. And that was a lawn dart from Vino, just right next to the basket. You can see how easy that shot can be if you're able to get the weight right and just kind of put it up in the sky with that forehand angle.
And eagle was even more clear than I realized, so this also should be an easy shot, almost identical to what we just saw from Vino, and almost an identical result. Should be a couple of tap-in birdies for those two gentlemen.
Yeah, those guys are taking the really high spike and executing perfectly. You can play the low skip shot here if you don't have that big high spike, but all 3 of these players have it. Very nice.
Got to thank these guys for cooperating and making us look like we know what we're talking about.
Oh, the fans know at home. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sexton.
Robinson on the tee at 13.
I just fumbled my way to 3 world titles.
It drifts right on him.
Yeah,
and that's the fear, as you mentioned earlier, Terry, going too straight over there on 13.
And that disc is not afraid to roll farther into the woods. I can speak from experience there. When you mess around on that right side, it is pretty sloped.
This kid's got the power to get this one.
Oh, he knows it's leaking left, just too much stability, and that's not going to give him a clean look. He probably will be obstructed, likely just pitching up next to the basket to walk away with a par there.
Kind of looked like he just didn't twist it up flat enough, drifting too far left.
It's a tough shot. I mean, OB on the right side, OB short. At least it's not windy. That's usually the main challenge on that hole, but I think it's going to be awkward the spot he finds himself in there. He's going to maybe lean out and throw a little Anheuser forehand, or maybe he'll have the airspace to Heiser a little jump putt up to the green.
Yeah, over there on 14, just 12 players have taken birdie on the 520-foot par 3.
Looking at 12 here, the par 4 going downhill initially and then back uphill with that little blind approach. 655 feet with the out-of-bounds creek area right here kind of bisecting the fairway. So you got to make a decision. All these guys made the decision years ago when they learned to throw at a country mile. They're going over for sure. This OB actually looks widened to me this year. So that's a new change. There's a little bit more OB to worry about down there in the bottom of the valley. But expect all these guys to go power distance driver. Just try to get up there as far as you can. If you can get that jump putt, man, what a luxury to be able to control your speed into the green. I heard tale last time I was at Jonesboro, I believe last year, of Anthony Barella putting this circle 1 in practice. So that is, you know, technically possible if these guys want to get wild enough to go over the top when you're a 99th percentile distance guy. Maybe it could be an eagle.
60% of the field have taken birdie here. You see a number like that, and you're thinking birdie all day long.
I believe Kevin Jones had the blind throw-in eagle last year here, actually.
Yeah. Eagle going to go with a lot of understability. Puts it up high and well left. The more left you go, it takes that jump putt, jump throw play out, and you have to go to more of just a traditional throw up and over the ridge line.
Calvin a little bit lower. Still blistered, though, and this is right into the area you'd like to drive it.
Would you call that the birdie zone?
I certainly would.
Vino, unaware of our drone battery life, is going to put one out there for us.
This could be in trouble.
That is heading directly for the tree, and if it gets caught up, it's going to find out of bounds. Kevin Jones. Crucial mistake here off the tee of 12.
Yeah, that is a rare mistake. That was kind of the same situation he had on hole 1. This low, early release backhand. A little more catastrophic here, though, with the out of bounds, and he's going to be obstructed. The place he takes his lie is not going to be easy at all.
You kind of go as far as saying miracle par from where he's going to be.
Silas, nothing more than a pitch out there. And as we go back to 12 and take a look at our birdie zone, brought to us by our friends over at Birdie Pro, which was recently fully funded on Kickstarter. In fact, it was funded early enough that they just went ahead and started producing the game. You can reach out to our friends at boaterbrothers.com to reserve or pick up your version and copy of the new game, or visit one of your fine and favorite disc golf retailers, including somewhere like dgpt.com/shop. And we take a look, Kevin Jones short on the OB. And then as we're looking at this perspective, it's the short side in front of us where it slopes down beneath the basket. That's the danger zone, so to speak. You can very quickly go from the birdie zone to the danger zone.
And this is now the live look. Hey, great job by our cameraman here to get into that position. And you can see just Kevin is going to be at the top of your screen, basically under, there he is.
So he's not as obstructed as I feared. He's going to be able to go driven forehand here. A little high, potentially. Oh, sit.
It needs to sit.
No.
That's going to roll all the way down the hill. There's really not even a question with the way that popped up on him.
And that is exactly why I questioned the height. The play there has to be the one that hugs the hillside and comes over sort of gently. Certainly that could have stuck.
Yes.
You don't really fault him. It's not a terrible shot by any means. He put it nearly bullseye for a moment. But with that kind of height coming over that ridge and hitting on a downslope with a driver, you're flipping a coin as to whether that thing can stay there or, as we just saw, just fly out of circle 2 most likely.
Can this be the shot that gets Macbeth going here in the final few holes of his round? He's got to get a little fortunate on this right side. And he does.
Wow, it somehow filters through, so Macbeth will have a look for birdie. That'd be a bonus one.
Must get here for Schultz. He did par on the previous hole. 14 made that putt that we saw after the second. Just 270 here.
Yeah, come on, baby.
Threw it to about 260.
Looks to be a great chance to get back on track. Obviously playing phenomenal, but he's probably a little frustrated to have left the putt on the 13th.
And there you go, a little higher on the hill, Sexton, not quite as much angle and not coming up from so high.
Yes, you give yourself room to embrace the skip and the filter down towards the pin. Harder to do from 150 feet back. So Kevin had it much tougher than Vino.
Yeah, a faster disc. More angle potential here is Calvin. Bringing it back on the low side. Brilliant shot.
Yeah, I like that. He went with the Anheuser with something overstable so that when he does finish, it's like attacking the hill, coming back in. That was a tight little corkscrew to throw that kind of slight ante. You don't see people go to that very often.
Now Isaac Robinson on the tee of 14.
Isaac on just a little bit of a slowdown, parring the last 3 holes.
This one leaking left into that Silas territory. It looks like he got a little more distance before it pushed left. So probably a coin toss as to whether or not he'll have an open look at the basket. I'm guessing we're going to see a putt from one knee. And all the way down there in the danger zone.
And that's just, it just sucks because literally the next tee is down there.
Yeah.
So you had to walk all the way down there, throw back up, walk all the way up, and then walk all the way back down. And then, of course, 13 plays back up that slope.
Feels like Eagle prematurely applauding his putter here. We'll see if it pays off.
There was an awesome video that PDGA posted last week of Gannon Burr using his chalk bag, and it was really funny, but it works. So that's McMahon. He's played 12 holes, 9 down. He's only been bested by Silas Schultz through that many holes.
Brian Earhart's out on the ground. And Brian, tell us a little bit about the forehand from Vino.
Yeah, he actually walked right up to me on top of the hill after he threw that touch forehand and put it under the basket, and he walked up and said, you know, 2 years ago I would have never even thought to throw that forehand. I'm really proud of it, even though it's small. And yeah, I definitely agree with him. I think it's a newer skill that he's developing, and I think it looks great. We've seen it a few times today.
Confidence in the new skills he's continuing to develop and lean into. And Ezra Robinson, the other Robinson brother, doing some work out here. He's 9 under. Those two, the highest rated brothers that we find in the PDGA right now. Oh, and it just slides out the right side.
Yeah, for years we had a lot of healthy trash talk about the best brothers in the world. Me and my brother, Rico brothers early on, Ulibarri brothers. There's no debate at the moment. At the current moment, these Robinson boys are holding it down and playing just great disc golf.
It's a really good birdie from Macbeth. That hole has not been birdied by a lot of people today. And that's, I just go back to it's not Macbeth's skills. It's just, he just has not been able to get off the first round. And I just can't say it enough. McMahon taking the alternate route?
Yeah, and I think Calvin's going to do it as well. It's a somewhat popular play, much more popular than you would think just looking at this picture that we're looking at now. It doesn't appear to be a whole lot of gap, but some of those branches are thin, and if you're willing to just throw that piercing shot, take your risk early in the hole, then it makes it a much straighter shot up to the pin.
It's more the direct route.
Look at that shot.
And this is off beautifully.
And I feel like someone who's out on the ground might want to contest that with Brian's brother Thomas, who played in, I think, just won a tournament I ran a few weeks ago. Brian, we placing any bets out here?
Well, I wouldn't say that we are even close to highest rated brothers, but I know at one point we did have the title for a short period of time. Nice snub job there, Mr. Sexton, but hey, that's okay. I forgive you.
Ouch. And I will double down on that. Yeah, I ran a tournament just 2 weeks ago. Brian's brother Thomas came up and played in the tournament I was hosting, and he took it down when it was all said and done.
Yeah,
so.
I definitely that was a bogey. Earhart brothers needed to be mentioned, and the other brothers that are sort of a dark horse pick was Macbeth brothers, because around 2015, even though John was only 960, you kind of got worried that maybe Macbeth would just take care of both you and your brother and handle the whole thing by himself.
Macbeth would cancel all that out. Do brother-in-laws count?
I was just going to ask that. You're, of course, Nate and Avery.
Now we're opening up a hole.
Yeah, because as soon as Yulabari is married, Yuli and Ricky would be a pretty.
This is an important shot right here. The eagleable 16th. Already at 11 under. Can he get himself into position?
Yeah, it's a risk-reward hole, and there's a big reward, but there's a lot of risk as well. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think that was great.
I found it so difficult to really judge this one from the throw cam because of all the action that can happen on the skip.
Sure,
Yeah,
and there is one tree down there that can be a real problem as well.
Good recovery. Now Isaac on 15. This is tracking right to the pin, maybe just too short, but that'll be a tap in for Isaac.
In these conditions over there on 15, you absolutely have to get it. There's just no question about it. Vino down below the hole, similar to where we saw Robinson not too long ago. We see a lot of players over here. Just 34% have birdied on 13 today.
Solid recovery shot. That's going to be a par for Macula.
They're actually like giving patient shots, taking out stitches. Like, I don't think they should be hands-on.
This putt upcoming from Calvin Heimburg will be his opportunity to come up and tie McMahon through 13.
Everyone tapping in. And here's where the drive from Schultz initially landed. Looks like he's going to go after it.
Look at how far left. Guys, he went so far left, he's got to throw over the green of 6.
But the angle is
amazing.
fantastic.
It's amazing. But remember, there's an out-of-bounds line there. This is a lot of danger.
No.
He is out of bounds.
We're out of time for the moment. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
The Educational Disc Golf Experience is the leading nonprofit organization bringing disc golf to schools nationwide since 2003. EDGE provides age-appropriate discs, targets, and a classroom-linked curriculum which empower educators to teach the fundamentals of the sport. In EDGE's 20 years of existence, over 2 million youth have been introduced to this great lifetime activity. Be a part of the next chapter of disc golf. Support EDGE today.
Disc golf education is important because it prolongs the length of our sport and the popularity of our sport, and the most receiving of disc golf is children. So if we get that introduced to them young, they might grow up to be the next Paul McBeth or the next Paige Pierce, and we don't know it.
Heimburg on the tee of 14.
A little bit right, pushing into those woods. Again, the stats over here on 14. 14 plays the third most difficult hole. Hole 14, 520 feet. Just 12% of the field have taken birdie. That's versus 21% of the field who have taken bogey or worse. There is out of bounds midway through this hole, but with today's conditions, not too concerning. All the players in this card with plenty of power to get over that.
Eagle
doesn't get any better than that, Terry.
Just sneaking through right next to the pin for Eagle McMahon.
Schultz at the drop zone on 16. Any throw from a lie short of the pond coming to rest OB in or across the pond proceeds directly to the drop zone. So that's why we saw Schultz ending up at the drop zone.
They'll move down the hill, so we'll jump over to 16 with Isaac Robinson. He'll also be left, but not too far down the hill. You got to maybe think he'll pitch up down to the drop zone area.
Certainly an option. It just all depends on the line that's available to him. That second shot is sometimes right there in front of you and sometimes totally obstructed.
Final from Circle's Edge. Interesting to see him airball from that distance.
You can just tell the frustration in the voice of Kevin Jones. Just 5 down so far in his round today. It's just it's a struggle when you're playing in these conditions. The other guys in your card are 8 and 9 under, and the leader of the tournament's 12 down. It's sort of just a mental, it just crushes you. You got to stick with it. Still a couple chances to make some good birdies for Jones. Even just getting an 8 down. If he can get 3 of the final 4, get to 8 down, he's only 4 back. If the weather changes, a good round tomorrow could put you right back in it.
Totally agree.
This is McMahon's bid for double digits.
Yeah, dude. Great drive.
As McMahon converts, he'll move from a tie for 15th into a tie for 8th, which shows you just how compact and compressed the scores are. We're seeing some incredible scores up top the leaderboard at the moment. James Proctor still making a push, along with Emerson Keith now. Alden Harris for Eagle.
I mean, Alden, what a round.
Yeah, that much more in the conversation when he goes from 7 to 9 with just 2 left to play.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Proctor, he also eagled in the previous group on 17 to get himself to 11 down. Proctor could scare the 13 with a birdie finish. It's close to that OB, but
this is Silas to salvage the par, which feels worse than a par.
It's a pretty good par if you say how tough that shot is from the drop zone.
Yeah, sure.
It's not super easy.
I think it's a great recovery, but I think he's
disappointed,
annoyed to not have secured at least birdie. And Eagle was also
in play
at the front of his mind from that drive.
Agreed.
I think it just, again, speaks to how difficult it is to maintain that kind of pace. I think for all the 1,100 rated type of front nines we've ever seen, I would wager less than 1 in 10 close that deal, as this needs to sit.
Oh, and it gets the roll away after Heimburg tags the OTB stanchion.
Unfortunate. But I just think that pressure builds through a day. And you're like, I'm really surprising how I made that. Wow. And then you just sort of start to go, well, if I made this, I'd be clear by 2. I'd be leading by that. And it's so hard not to get in your own way mentally. And I think Silas, a perfect example of that these last 2 rounds, is he has just come out honestly beyond 1,100 rated type of pace to begin his last 2 tournament rounds. Still obviously playing fantastic. Not to take anything away from him, just to put a little context on how hard it can be to keep up those phenomenal starts.
Yeah, and, it also, with Silas being the 41st ranked player in the world, it's a little different than the first ranked player in the world, who is not necessarily surprised when you shoot 8 down through the first 9 holes. For Silas. It's clearly within his range of skills, but not doing that all the time.
Yes.
Simon Lizotte lining up his second throw here on 16, trying to put himself in position for an eagle. How long before we see an albatross on this one? You know, Simon dunks that one in, and we could have another albatross on our hands. Here's
little pine trees getting taller are a problem.
Here's Ezra Robinson on the tee of 17.
Doesn't like it. I think the height off of it is going to leave him short of the corner.
Here's Macbeth on 16 with his second shot.
He can get inside eagle range and put himself at 9. Scorekeeper on the card, showing that in circle 2 for Macbeth.
We'll get a quick Kyle Klein update. 11 birdies in the last 12 holes. He is now also at 11 under.
Look at his scorecard. Oh, my goodness.
He just has hole 18 to play as Calvin gives that a bid, but that's going to feel very disappointing after coming just a few inches shy of putting it in for the ace. He's going to walk away with a 3 on a must-get birdie hole.
It's unlucky more than anything. I mean, that had a lot of spike angle. If it does anything but hit that base, I feel it sticks in there close somewhere. So unfortunate for Calvin, unable to make that big recovery putt.
Yeah, and only 21% of the field have parred versus 79% with birdies. So far, 0% have found the 4.
Couple surprising misses on 15 in this group.
I would almost follow you up as Kevin puts that one in that I'm surprised to see this many people this far away from the basket in the first place.
Sure.
I mean, the fact that we have this much putting, there's times we'll see, again, 4 people walk up almost with bags on shoulders tapping in for birdie here.
I mean, look, McMahon barely juiced it, skipped 28 long, and Heimburg was off the stanchion. So, you know, it's very easily could have been that. Both those guys will go on to make their pars. You know, they call this course the disc side of heaven. And with no wind and this sunlight coming through, I mean, it truly does feel like a disc golfer's heaven.
Yes.
These big fairways, everything mowed, no wind, the sun coming through, birdies ringing throughout the course, eagles coming maybe.
It's a really fun place to play disc golf.
It's fun.
Macbeth looking for a little fun of his own.
Oh, just low left.
Now Silas, tee of 17. Still has a chance to card the hot round of the day if he could go birdie-birdie.
And up on the green of this hole, James Proctor's making that potentially a little more difficult as he is now birdied on 17. He is now 5 down for the last 4 holes and at 12 under par.
This leaderboard is crazy today. I don't even think we've mentioned Emerson Keith.
No.
I pull it up, and
he's right there.
Bogey-free, 11 down, perhaps playing in the Proctor group.
Yeah.
So many people are firing today.
Yeah, and Klein is playing in that Proctor group as well. So Keith, Klein, and Proctor all playing together.
This course is never going to want to see that group again.
Yeah, let's not have the course designer watch this film.
They're all elevated.
Start adding hundreds of feet.
Every basket's elevated for 2020.
They're all islands. It's a fun day at disc golf. Silas has done really well here, gotten all the way past the corner, basically throwing back at the basket here. Great angle.
Yeah, this should be just kind of a smooth downhill turnover for him. Putter, I would think. Just like to hit this a little short of the basket and slide it up.
Heard that little flutter out of his hand. Scorekeeper on the card showing that inside circle 2.
Okay. A little left, maybe. I couldn't really tell.
Yeah, you could hear the flutter as it passed the camera. Not as clean as he would have liked the release. Pretty good there. Over half the field have taken birdie or better here on 16. That includes 14 eagles.
Probably statistically one of the easiest holes of the season. Certainly one of the more achievable eagles we've got.
Yeah, Terry, what was the stat?
Yeah, it
earlier?
was the most eagled hole in 2022 on the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Okay.
I believe our UDisc stats had provided that as we did our course update. And that's fighting through for eagle.
That's the problem with going too far right because he's completely blocked off now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's going to do from there. There was a time when maybe spike forehand would be a play, but that is not a level of power he is comfortable with at this time.
And the big over-the-top flex is going to be scary too because that could bring left OB into play.
This is also taking its time to work left. Looks like it did it. Got past that tree. He might have a little bit of low-hanging branches in his swing. We'll see.
PDGA's own Bill Newman out there helping out. Klein and his scorecard that we're taking a look at. 11 under as he's heading into 18.
Yeah, and 5 and 14 are two of the top 3 most difficult holes. And, of course, 18 is the most difficult hole. Let's take a look at the card of Proctor here, Sexton.
Yeah, and unlike Klein, no bogey strokes. He also had the eagle on 16.
He's credited for 4 38-footers, 50% putting from C2, so just everything working for James Proctor today. And with Kyle Klein's scorecard, the thing that comes to my mind is just the mental toughness to be even through 5, to be, potentially a lesser player is in freak out mode already at that point. And then to just string them together from there shows a lot about his will to win and his mental toughness to me.
Yeah, and fortunately for Klein, in a day like today with the way the weather's been, is you pretty much just have to persevere because the birdies are going to come, to you at his caliber.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, as you said, I think he did a nice job persevering through that, getting the birdie on 6, getting the birdie on 7, and that jump-started him to go on this incredible run. Man, where did Kevin throw his drive? Is this the fairway of 7?
Well, let's throw it out to Brian Earhart. Brian, we're trying to get an exact line on Kevin Jones, not only where his drive landed, but then how good was his approach?
Actually caught an edge and rolled down into the out of bounds, unfortunately. That was kind of a rough break. Hit the wrong angle for sure.
And Brian, I want to follow up for a minute. We talk about this being the most eagled hole, and we've already seen 14 of them today. Is this a soft par 5? Do you feel like this is appropriately deemed a par 5, or should it be a par 4?
I think it's one of those tweeners. For the big arms, it absolutely is a par 4. A 3 on it is pretty feasible. The only real challenge is the placement. There's only certain spots in the fairway that you can actually have a decent look to the basket. So yeah, after this year, I have a feeling they might change the par. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, that's an interesting topic of conversation because nearly 40% of the field, in fact, over 40% of the field have either parred or bogeyed here. So, if you change that par, you're now looking at over 40% of the field taking bogey or double bogey. It goes from one of the easiest holes in the tour to one of the most difficult. I like the scoring separation that an eagle brings into play here versus a par or a bogey.
I think for me, I could see it as a par 4 if you remove some of the protection from the green and you perhaps remove a fairway tree or two and maybe thin this corner that eagle is behind. My biggest gripe with this hole is that two very similar looking drives can have pretty wildly different ability to access that eagle run and trying to go across in 2 shots. I could see it as a very long par 4 cleaned up a little where more drive locations would have the chance to go over that water. Certainly would be a little easier on our cameramen as this one just has a penchant for creating these crazy lines. Does he stay safe there? I think
yes.
That's just spectator rope.
You can go in perpetuity behind the pin. Okay. It's to the left and short.
So a good shot. I mean, across in 2, always a win.
Yeah.
Very likely birdie.
And I think what Brian said is valid, what you said is valid. There's so many options. Again, today is perfect weather. Just imagine if you're playing in this hole and do a 12-mile-an-hour headwind.
Yes. And then it feels very 5-ish quick.
Yeah. So Calvin go to the spike. He got it inside circle 2. Now Makila just playing it safe. Going way long. Don't hate that shot from him. Keep it safe. Avoid anything short. Right around now, Kevin Jones will be realizing that his disc has unfortunately rolled to the out of bounds. I read it earlier, guys. Any shot that goes into that pond would proceed to the drop zone, regardless of where it went out of bounds.
And a long birdie look for Schultz. He's got to be careful because directly behind this basket, if you have a rollaway, you're going to be obstructed and coming back uphill.
Oh, no. Well, a good backstop, but wow, that came out super late.
He had to be thinking about that downslope because if you don't connect with something, it can be dangerous. What a beautiful shot, yeah.
But I do think, Silas, no roll. It appeared that he got that backstop tree.
But boy, a bogey would just derail what's otherwise been a tremendous day for him. Only time will tell.
Silas at 11 under with these 2 holes left to play, 17 and 18.
Perfect illustration of the leg length disparity between Heimburg and Jones. That tree that goes across the path there, just an easy little step over for Calvin. Guys like Kevin and I, you gotta think twice. What are you doing here? You're gonna do a little pirouette over the top. You're gonna take the little goat trail. Kevin went goat trail today.
There's the mini scoreboard. As you said, Emerson Keith locked into that top 5 at the moment.
Fantastic round from Emerson. A guy who's had an up and down season. Oh, no.
Silas not getting up and down here on 17, and that one is going to sting.
And you have the hardest hole in the course upcoming. You have 18 still to play. Silas cannot give up until he gets this final hole finished. This is the kind of shot we were hoping to see, but that even goes a little bit long.
Eagle with the easy layup under the basket for birdie. Vino, I expect, will do the same. Not a lot of incentive to run the eagle from this far away going down the hill and potentially give away the birdie.
I think you'd have to be in give-up mode at that point.
Yeah. From here, though.
Yeah, it's a little closer.
A little different story. I think we see Calvin attack. Boom. Big putt for Eagle down the hill. Moves to 11.
And a chance for the defending champion with a birdie finish would be at 13, but even just a birdie par finish would put him in a tie for the lead. ho-hum birdie for McMahon. Puts him at 11 under par. So everything I just said, the same for Eagle. Look at the angle. I mean, it was, we'll call it 4 steps inside of where we saw Makula lay out from. That was a pretty cool perspective.
Calvin will card the eagle with just 2 holes left to play.
Eagle 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And think, crazy to see him at that 11 under, and I'm thinking about the 3 or 4 missed putts we saw from him, and it'd feel like he's having a bad day, and he's really not. He just has missed a couple of putts as we're watching James Proctor try to close out his round. His approach shot here on 18.
That was his 3rd. Should have a pretty short par putt to finish a phenomenal 12 under day.
Doing most of the work on the back.
Robinson, that'll be a missed putt. He's at 9 down.
This is Klein with his 3rd shot also on 18.
I think there's a slight argument about 18 even being a par 5, as it's playing 4.5 today against par.
So it's actually playing more difficult than what we just saw hole number 16 play.
I think that's been a consistent mathematical situation. I think in the last few years we often would talk about that, how just raw numbers 18 was the harder hole. But that's not necessarily terrible. I mean, eagles are exciting. And a really hard finishing hole is also a great thing to have.
I love this finishing stretch. You have a very easy 15th, a lot of separation on 16, and then 17 is, in a low wind situation, not that hard, but as soon as the wind picks up, to get to this point on the corner can be very difficult. This tee shot is completely blind to the players. It just rises up above them just enough to where they can't see the actual disc land. You have to pick a point in the sky, know your disc, know the speed, and put yourself in position. There is an OB fence line that runs the entire left side of the tee shot.
And a perfect drive is like certainly within 30 feet of the OB.
Yes.
So you're kind of riding the edge here. Very easy to miss your angle and find yourself out of bounds on this tee shot.
Great view here.
I think this is going to do it. Oh, no, it gets a great break off the fence. But that's how easy it is. That wasn't a terrible-looking shot, just a little more hyzer out of the hand. Very fortunate to catch a piece of that fence and come back inbounds. More aggressive from McMahon. Oh, my goodness.
That is smashed.
The turnover 100 feet past Calvin.
He has just thrown certain shots today that really just surprised us. Like the type of disc, the angle of attack. It's been interesting to watch.
Huge shot. I don't know that the angle is a
great.
lot better.
Yeah,
you know,
I think
it's closer to the pin.
questionable. Yeah.
But I don't know that it'll be easier than what Calvin has. We'll see.
Corey Ellis taking advantage of a couple of long drives. This is a look for birdie. He would be just the 3rd to do so today. Incredible. So
just a ho-hum 11 under par, Terry.
He's going to join both Double G and Aaron Gossage for the birdie club here on hole number 18.
So,
as you said, an 11 under effort. Nice work.
So this card had, I think, Proctor, Klein, and Ellis.
And Nick Hansen.
Yes. And Nick Hansen, who we're watching right now. But in terms of players that are double digits under par, 3 in one group.
Yeah.
And it's day one. That's crazy.
Yep, there's your 12 down. At the moment, we will see Proctor on the lead card tomorrow.
And as you guys were just talking about what we saw on that card, Proctor 12, Ellis 11, Klein 11, Nick Hansen was there, shot 1 under.
Well, we've all done that. We have all done that.
Well, if you add Hansen and either Ellis or Klein, then you also have Proctors. Nick Hansen had an incredible round at the Music City Open. We saw him way atop the leaderboard, so clearly proving that he can go out there and shred. Today, just not keeping up, and it'd be almost impossible statistically to keep up with that card with what the rest of them were doing, as they shot, 34 under for the 3 of them, and then Nick along for the ride.
Yeah, I don't want any part of that. I'll go ahead and commentate on that card. Don't. That is some golf being played.
The lead card for tomorrow is still not a sure thing. Still a lot of players in the hunt. Makula would need a birdie finish to make that happen, depending on what some of the other players do as well. That's low left.
Yeah, no turn. That's going to be pretty far out there in circle 2, I would guess.
Yeah, you can pretty much throw just a slightly turning over shot and utilize the hillside to kind of drift you to the pin. This is going to be the second shot of Silas Schultz. Say that
impressive drive after the missed putt on 17. But he doesn't quite get clean here. Not out of bounds. Should have the par.
Yeah.
But that's a big time drive after a disappointing 17th to be able to commit and hit it all the way up there.
Heimburg with his second.
Got a run.
And just a little too short there for Calvin. I think that was the proper shot. He just needed a little more air under it, and then he could have just jammed it into that hillside.
Yeah, if it glides another 20,
then he's
game over.
15, yeah. Still a chance to make the putt. Macbeth currently at 8 under.
Too much turn. I don't think that's going to get through clean. So this is what McMahon's left with. It's pretty doable. A little low ceiling maybe that you wouldn't be dealing with from the other side, but he can almost bring a little bit of hyzer angle.
Yeah, he can take that little bit of hyzer, just going to flat, and then he needs to utilize the hillside just in front of the basket to slow him down. If you land at the pin, you end up that 25 long.
Not bad. Just creeps into the circle.
You have to assume no other competitor went to that spot and practiced approach shots from where Eagle just was, which is something to say about how far that drive was out of his hands off the tee.
Well, it's a totally different strategy. Most of the guys are going like a little flex or kind of a flat to hyzer finish. He went like full send turnover around the corner, pushing to a totally different landing zone. Amazing shot. Love the creativity. Love the power to get it done.
Schultz's third shot. Still a very good round of 10 under par. Not out of this tournament by any means. Be careful here.
Yeah, if the last 2 rounds are any indication, Silas will be in the lead midway through tomorrow. If he can do that, what he's been doing on the front 12 one more time. Just that back stretch, he's got to get used to playing at this level and the pressure that comes with it. Great putt from Kevin.
That was a 50-footer for par for Kevin Jones.
How many circle 2 putts does that make for Jones today? Doing some work from long range.
So 2 very critical putts upcoming for Calvin and Eagle.
Just inside the circle for Kelvin Heimburg as he converts for birdie on 17.
And with the power of both Calvin and Eagle, birdie is in play. We know how well Calvin's played 18 over the last several years. So still a chance to see that 13, Sexton. You were calling for it earlier.
Isaac Robinson gets that one to flip up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, beautiful shot by Robinson. Doss, you said you love how 15 through 18 play out on this course. Let's take a look at some of the keys to success thanks to blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, these assume some adverse weather. Otherwise, I would have just said birdie here. But drive placement, obviously very critical. We saw that come into play with Silas Schultz on 16. Also, choose your spots. You really need to pick the spots you want to be, where you're going to be going for it, certainly on 16 and 18. Very, very critical. And the risks equal rewards. Going for it on 16 can equal that eagle. Going for the big tee shot on 18 can equal that birdie. So the risks certainly equal rewards.
Macbeth's second shot on 18.
This is such a long shot, the way it plays back uphill.
I don't know that there's a lot of hope of reaching the circle with that play, but he must have been blocked off from any kind of backhand hyzer. So he'll have a long, long putt, I think. But a well-thrown shot stays away from the out of bounds.
So finally a break for the sprint that has been this first round. We haven't waited whatsoever.
I think there's no better time than now to ask our on-field reporter, Brian Earhart, any closing thoughts here on round 1 of our MPO action?
These guys are good, man. This was a treat to watch, and this is definitely the best conditions we've ever seen out here in Jonesboro. It's almost laughable how perfect of a day it is. It's almost like someone wrote this into the script of this tournament. But yeah, it's just been a treat to watch the entire field, and myself and Nate Perkins have been kind of scoping out different holes, and there's just talent everywhere. It's awesome.
Well, appreciate you walking around both morning and afternoon. And of course, Tournament Central will be coming up immediately following our broadcast here. You can stay tuned right here on the Disc Golf Network, or in today's version, you can stay right here on the YouTube channel as Nate Perkins, along with Brian Earhart, will be breaking down the day as well.
And on the topic of weather, tomorrow is shaping up to be a kind of a similar day. The weather is showing AM rain, mild winds, high of 71. Sunday, mostly sunny with northwest winds up around 19 miles an hour.
That's different.
So that should change things up a lot.
I fear we may have just seen Simon Lizotte take a pretty bad kick, potentially OB left.
Luke Humphreys with his second shot on 18. Carries a little bit, but likely a par in store for him. He's gone on to shoot an 8 under thus far. And as I was just saying, Tournament Central will be offered up immediately following the conclusion of this round. If you want to hear from some of our top players, some interviews that we got a little earlier in the day, you'll be able to hear from them and insights from Nate Perkins along with Brian Earhart. Stay tuned for Tournament Central.
He was out of bounds. There's Sexton. So that was his 4th throw. Bogey for Simon will drop him to 7 under par on today's round. About the mid-30s as far as positioning goes.
I've played here a few different years, and it is tough to wrap my head around 7 under being not a very good score. I mean, a lot of that has to do with weather, but a lot of that has to do with just the level that the tour is bringing for us right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of guys, this is their full-time gig. And, you know, I personally talk about the commitment that it takes to become a world champion, to become a U.S. champion, to become a champion just on the pro tour. And we have now, you know, 100 guys and 50 girls. And what a great run there from Macbeth that are doing that.
Yeah.
And we're just hearing there's 20 players within 2 shots of the lead.
And the lead is phenomenal.
And the lead is phenomenal.
That is just
insane.
Crazy. Wow.
I mean, we're in for a roller coaster ride in this tournament alone. But just where we are in disc golf is fun.
Oh, I just love it because we're guaranteed a battle almost. There's 20 guys right there. I mean, it's not – in years past, you know, it might have been after midway through the second round, there's maybe 2, 3, 4 people that are kind of separating. That does not happen anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And if disc golf holes could have dads, Calvin would be the father of hole 18. This guy just destroys his destroyer through this gap with just a consistency I cannot believe, that he can push it up there to that 250-foot stake what feels like every time I ever see him throw it.
It's must be nice. We're going to see McMahon go to the massive spike hyzer.
Yeah, just trying to take that gap out of play.
Yeah. And he's trying to come back around into the lower half of the fairway, which he's done a nice job at. And that's in contrast to what we've seen from now Heimburg, who's on the upper side of the fairway and, in my opinion, has the much safer second shot. Because when you're on that lower side, while it's a hyzer from the backhand, there's OB all on the right side.
Yeah. I would very happily take either drive, but but I do agree with you. Calvin is a little closer to the basket and possibly a better angle as well.
Yeah. And that was aiming for the tree the entire way. Very fortunate to have it drop down what looks like center fairway still for him. Obviously a long way back, but that could have taken a nasty kick, maybe even found out of bounds or been very punishing.
Yeah, still the dream of par, still alive. I like this play from Kevin. Hit the gap with the forehand. That spot he's in has a pretty workable power backhand. Just got to make sure it swings in left and gets away from that out of bounds.
And it looks like the sun is trying to set out there, but we have had just an absolutely gorgeous day of disc golf. All of us in awe, including Brian out there on the ground, talking about how beautiful it is. You really had to step up and take advantage of the scoring conditions, didn't you, today?
It would seem so. It would seem so. I'm I would have never expected to see that many blue numbers on our screens and to see that many players at 12, 11, 10, 9 under. Phenomenal.
Yeah, it's just like a horse race. When you have a wet course, it's going to be a slow race. But when it's dry and fast, you have to keep up. Otherwise, you're just going to be left in the dust. And I was mentioning earlier, just trying to get back to 8 under. Put yourself within 4. But when there's that many people between you and the lead, that's when it becomes the more challenging. And it's just been a fun day. It has been overall a fun day. I think for the most part, as long as you're playing well, it's been a pretty fun day for the players also.
Yeah. The dream of par has now
diminished.
Left the station. There's no way from there. Nobody is getting up and down without a throw-in. So while Vino is fortunate to not have kicked out of bounds or gone into the rough, bogey at best, I think, from down there in the bottom.
Yeah, he has a full 500 feet to go, plus a narrow fairway, plus it goes uphill almost the entire way.
And I just want to shout out, a guy like John Willis. He's inside the top 10. He's the 123rd ranked player in the world. Also, Jake Mon. Jake Mon, the 77th ranked player in the world. I talked about it last week with Silas Schultz. He was the 68th ranked going into that tournament, ends up in the top 5. I mean, it's just that commitment to disc golf, and any given weekend, somebody can play good. And we're looking at that list. Presnell down there. Barella, we know Barella can get on fire. Williams has been playing some of his best disc golf in his career. There's that name, Mon, Dickerson, and we can't even show enough to show all the 10s.
Wow. Jake Mon, still a high schooler, right?
He was nearing the completion of high school last year, when he popped off his round at the USDGC.
Incredible. Very young player is what I mean to say. I can't get that wrong.
Yeah,
Certainly still very young and just incredible.
Names we didn't see on that list include Alden Harris, Robert Burridge, Nicholas Antila. Those guys are still all at 10 as well. Unfortunately, Makila is going to be falling back at best. I'll put him at 9. That drops him all the way back into a tie for 19th. Or what would be a tie for 19th.
Yeah, as you were mentioning John Willis, I think about when we started today's show, he was kind of the front runner. It was maybe just a few holes into the broadcast when he had come into the clubhouse with that 11 under, and we kept watching that mark. Eventually, Aaron Gossage got to that number, and it was just more recently James Proctor, along with Heimburg and McMahon, got to that number. But
so here's a little preview of what we're going to have to see from Eagle. Eagle's a little more up the fairway and can maybe take a lower angle. This is going to be, and that's exactly what we saw from Schultz.
Yeah.
I mean, good angle, but the players make the mistake on the inside, because if you overplay it, you're playing back uphill. Imagine this at home. Playing back uphill, it's sloping from left to right. If you get it too far out to the right, that's where the OB line is. The disc cannot battle back up the hill, and OB can come into play.
And your OB so early.
Yes.
The way that the line is shaped, when you do make that mistake, you're likely to be 150 at least.
Yeah.
It's not the kind of OB where you might make the putt.
And McMahon, where he's at, he's going to be looking to go high spike.
There's some branches high late that you have to watch out for, but he might be able to get even over those. We will see what line he's got here. Now he has to keep it a bit low. I think it's because of those late branches that are over the OB. He's done very well here. Pushed it into the circle.
That putt would put him in solo for first place.
To be able to throw a hyzer over the top on 18 to there is nearly unfair. I mean, the gap is so daunting, and someone who hits the gap and gets to this spot is celebrating. Eagle
I just think
so
he's
powerful.
not even CTP.
Yeah, so powerful. It's an incredible weapon to be able to see somebody go over all those trees and still push 500 feet.
Yeah, it really is. I couldn't agree with you more. About 250 feet upcoming from Calvin Heimburg.
Oh, and open as you like it.
should be a routine up and down for Heimburg.
Very nice.
So what would be the 4th and 5th birdies here on 18 would push both of those players to 13 under, and they would be playing again tomorrow.
Wow.
Alongside Proctor and Gossage. That is a fun lead card.
For me it's shades of the Isaac Robinson 17 at WR Jackson, the way that Calvin has just been able to get his disc right next to that 250 stake. I know it hasn't been every time, but it sure feels like it to me. And it just incredible, the precision and the power that he's been able to show us on hole 18.
Disappointing day for Kev.
Looking at your defending champion coming out guns blazing this year in Jonesboro. But man, what a battle we'll be in. I mean, even if it was only those two guys, I would be just happy having my popcorn. But we've got so many names in the mix. I'm just excited. I'm just excited for what we're about to see this weekend.
Calvin Heimburg to move to 13 under after day one.
It's an 80% C1X putting performance today for Heimburg. Made 2 of 5 from C2, hitting 95% of the fairways.
McMahon for a share of the lead, and him and Calvin Heimburg card 13 under, both bogey-free, and they will be co-leaders heading into round 2. The rest of the card is in. Round 1 is done. The 2 hottest rounds of the entire tournament we got to witness right here live on Disc Golf Network. Sexton, I know we're in awe, but a pair of 13s today?
And how lucky are we that they're on our feature group and we get to see every shot. That was incredible. I know I've been saying that word a lot, but I played this course a lot of times. I never sniffed a 13. I never will. That was just great disc golf.
And Doss, can this pace be kept up with tomorrow? Can they come back out and repeat this?
Yeah, only time will tell with that. But when we were getting ready for the show yesterday, I wrote down a few names just of the guys that I thought would be in it. The one at the top of the list was Calvin Heimburg. The one second was Eagle McMahon. They're 1, 2, and a whole host of names, ones that we expected and didn't expect. Man, this weekend's going to be great.
Those are some bold predictions. I like what you're doing over there, Doss. Well, we've got a few more things to break down. Of course, we're going to have some interviews, and we're going to have our OTB shot of the day. First, we're going to stand down for a break. We'll be right back.
One thing we all love about disc golf is it's a lifetime sport. Whether you play pro, am, juniors, or senior grandmasters, we all want to play this sport as much as we want and for as long as we want. This can introduce wear over time, potentially hindering your ability to continue playing. A cart reduces the cumulative stress on your body that comes with repetitive motions such as reaching down and lifting. This will help keep you on the course, maximizing your athletic potential and playing your best.
And more spice. Is that good?
Check out the whole lineup at ClashDisc.com.
What people are going to notice when they pick up the Supreme Series is superior grip, superior durability.
The plastic feels great, and it's going to be something you're always going to want to reach for.
Yeah, if you want to keep it in the fairway on a wooded course, throw a Wombat 3.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
This looks perfect. Off the basket. Now it's rolling. It's headed for the OB. This needs to sit. Oh my goodness. It's safe. Right on the line. She's going to have about a 30-foot putt for the win. Okay, here we go. The putt is up. Boom, it's in. Strong side with authority. What an incredible moment. Yes.
Some say we're hidden, unless you know where to look. Hidden? No. This is where we stand up straight and tell you who we are, and where we put others first. This is where college football and barbecue are a season in the same. And there's always time for one more lap around the park. This is where we ask, what else can we accomplish together? Come find out, be a part of this. This is Jonesboro, Arkansas. Now you know where to look.
Calvin Heimburg took this down in a playoff last year. Today, he opens with the hot round at 13 under. He's in the clubhouse now.
In the clubhouse, 13 under par, tied for the lead. Calvin Heimburg. Calvin, 13 under par, one off the course record of 14. How satisfied with the number are you?
Yeah, if you told me I was going to shoot 13 today, I'd be super happy going into it. I definitely got some good breaks out there. I can't say, I wouldn't say I felt super comfortable on the course the whole time. Putt felt a little shaky at times. I had a couple short ones that fortunately grabbed. And then some tee shots that, definitely got some good filters. Maybe like a one bad roll away off of a base. But like as a whole, I'm pretty happy with where I scored. We had super calm and scoreable conditions today. I think as a whole, I don't know if we've ever seen the field score this well here, but I think that's mostly due to the fact that it's literally still. Like, I don't know if I've ever... I can't remember a time where I played at Jonesboro and, like, the air was literally just, like, not moving.
Does it change the way you attack the course at all from, like, a decision-making standpoint?
For me, I don't think it changes the way I attack the course at all. I think this is the kind of course where you're kind of going the whole time and attacking, or at least I'm attacking basically every hole. So it doesn't change. It might change my disc selection a little bit and what I can throw. Maybe not quite as overstable discs today. I can throw things that were a little flippier and actually fly. So that's always fun. Yeah, I think, if it stays calm like this, we're going to see hot rounds all week.
I want to jump ahead to your tee shot on 18. Just absolutely enormous shot, just about 5 feet short of the 250 marker on an 818-foot par 4.
Yeah.
Is that a hole that just comes easy to you, or did you surprise yourself with that tee shot?
I've done that tee shot before. I have 2 plays on that hole. I have my conservative play where I take a fairway and I throw it down to like the first stake that's in the ground you see at the bottom of the hill, and then I'm just like throwing a little forehand out and then laying up. And then I have the more aggressive play where I take a distance driver. I feel pretty comfortable with it. I've thrown it in tournament play quite a few times. Last year, notably, I threw it in the final round and got up there by that stake as well and helped push me to a playoff. So definitely a risky shot. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, but it's a shot I'm pretty comfortable with, especially when I have the right disc.
Well, it's a great starting round for you. How are you spending your evening in Jonesboro tonight?
Just getting some dinner and then maybe some ice cream as well. So
spectacular, Calvin. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
I like that plan. Dinner and ice cream?
We got that for you, Terry.
All right. Well, first let's take a look at the highlights. We didn't have to do any of the work to earn the dinner or the ice cream, but these guys did. Isaac Robinson.
That was that par save putt. Chris Dickerson, very hot round today. 17 made the birdie. Calvin on 5. We're going to see some putts.
Yeah, that's for Robinson getting in on the action. There on hole number 11, Silas Schultz.
That's where Nate narrowly avoided.
Taking the L.
Yeah. Honestly, it wasn't that narrow. He hit that pretty solid.
No problems for Vino. Macbeth. One of his highlights today. Maybe not quite enough of them. But that would eventually turn into a birdie. Simon Lizotte going over in 2 on hole number 16.
This putt was big for the eagle from your co-leader. That's one of the shots of the day in my eyes. Oh my gosh. That thing is just flying forever. Eagle McMahon on the 17th with the turnover, fading it back. Here was his approach on the 18th after the huge hyzer drive.
And for how high he was looking initially, really dug in deep on that one, and good execution, and of course a relatively easy birdie for the leader as well.
Yeah, as you were saying earlier, those were just the 4th and 5th birdies on hole 18. So certainly difficult to close out on that hole, but seeing 2 of them, what is that, 40% of the birdies we got to see right here on the live coverage during this final round. Doss, I'll throw it to you first. Kelvin was just talking about the conditions out here. We've been watching. You've been out there playing. Absolutely ideal. So tomorrow, do you even think about what the weather is going to bring, or you just wait till you show up and you say, hey, this is what I have to deal with? Because today was unheard of.
Well, you got to always think about it from the perspective as the players are assuming it's going to be windy, so any lack of wind is just a bonus. It really is. You heard Calvin. He's not making any game plan decisions about the wind, maybe using something a little less stable, wasn't worried about the wind taking it one way or another. So they're going to take advantage of it, but I think when you step up to the first tee at this tournament, you're going to assume that wind will be a factor, assume that weather will be a factor. It's a big, long course on a very, very hilly property, so you just prepare yourself for that. I brought up the weather, during the show. I mean, 19-mile-an-hour wind is predicted on Sunday. It could be worse, could be better. I don't think you think much about that, but you just continue to hit fairways, put yourself in position, make putts, and you're going to have a chance to win this tournament. I mean, Calvin is a 2-time champion here. He's put himself in great position. Obviously, we're going to consider him the favorite.
Well, and I was just actually going to piggyback on that. Knowing that Calvin has won here, the success that he has, almost the ease in which he kind of traipses around this course. Is there anything you saw out there today, Sexton, that makes you give anyone an advantage or lean in Calvin's favor or Eagle's favor? Was there anything that you saw out there today?
I mean, it's a very slight lean, if any, but I think I was leaning in Calvin's direction before the round, and nothing I saw today made me want to change that at all. I think he's proven himself at this course a bunch of times. He's proven himself over the last few years to be the most consistent player in the world over the last 24 months or so. So if I have to, if you make me choose, I'll put a slight lean towards Calvin, but there's not a lot in it. There's so many players that are close.
And what's maybe so impressive, just to put a little stamp on that, Calvin had the 13 under. 2 of the holes that he missed today were 2 of the easiest holes on the course. You think about the birdie you should be getting on hole number 3, and you think about the birdie you should be getting on 15.
Yes.
So the fact that he missed 2 of the easiest ones out there and still managed to card the 13 under, maybe a little bit more impressive. No matter how you cut it, it's a great score, and he's in the clubhouse as a co-leader, so you can't complain about that. You also can't complain about our OTB shot of the day, so we're going to take a look at it now. We had a couple of contenders. We also had some that jumped out as a front runner. And when it was all said and done, Sexton, you called this. You said this was so huge in the moment as Calvin carded the eagle here on hole number 16.
Yeah, I think Eagles drive on 5 had a strong case as well. That was phenomenal. But this one, later in the round, carrying a little more weight when the picture is just that much clearer about what's going on and who you're playing against and what a putt means. After watching 2 guys on the card lay up, he stepped up to what is a very scary putt and could turn into a par. You know, that's an eagle putt, but you could cost you 2 if you rim off and roll down that hill. So I think that was a big putt and worthy of a shot of the day designation.
Well, we're going to have Tournament Central coming up right after we're off the air, but taking a look at tomorrow morning, we'll be live at 9:30 with the action. That is 9:30 Central, 3:30 in the afternoon Central for our MPO action. Fast forward just a half hour for both of those times, and you'll be able to watch some Tournament Central with Brian Earhart along with Nate Perkins. We're going to close out for today. So Brian Earhart out on the ground along with Nate Doss, Nate Sexton. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guys. Thanks for watching. We'll see you for round 2 tomorrow.
Welcome back to Jonesboro, Arkansas, Disc Side of Heaven. For the final tournament central of the day, the MPO division is wrapped up round 1, and we're back here on the putting green. I'm Brian Earhart, joined by Nate Perkins one more time today. And the course was shredded by both divisions. It was the calmest that we've ever seen it, almost eerie in some parts.
It is the calmest day I can ever recall at the Disc Side of Heaven. And it's no surprise then that a new record was set for the lowest average to par. It averaged 5 under par for the day. The next closest, Brian, is 3 under par from 2018. So you're right when you say that it got shredded.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple holes that players are starting to figure out and really got to attack today, especially in the calm conditions. And that was, I guess we could start out, hole number 14, a fan favorite, a player favorite. A lot of people getting up and down for the 2 on that one.
Yeah, that's one of the signature holes, if not the signature hole out here. It's 520-foot par 3 with 22 feet ascending from tee to green. And there's just so many different ways you can attack this one. And you have OB kind of looming on that right side. And then, of course, that OB kind of creek if you don't get it out to like 450.
Yeah, and I love watching this hole from kind of the catch cam angle. Me out there on the ground, I got to do that today. And spectators kind of had some free reign to go out and see where they wanted to see shots from. And this is one of the coolest holes to watch a true nose-down flight. It is so bizarre. And actually, the big miss is what Silas is doing here.
Yeah, Silas going 10 speed there, PD, and just doesn't quite get it to drift. Paul is actually going the same speed, and you can see Paul actually gets that to drift quite a bit from left to right, and then he punches the right side tree. So that's really the difficulty in the hole, is shaping the driver, getting it flat, and getting it to just slowly drift. And Calvin is actually going a little bit faster here with the 12 speed. Brian, what do you see?
Yeah, as long as you can jam it downhill and get the nose down with something somewhat stable that can check up at the end. The big issue is players burning it over and just getting it out of bounds and never having it come back. Eagle threw another fantastic drive, got the turn out of it. That right side is very easy to push through. You can easily, I mean, if you throw it like that, that's no problem, but there's a much bigger miss and an easier miss on the right side. The left is complete jail, and I love the distance of this hole because so many players trying to throw that full flight end up hyzering out early, and then they have a really tough time getting up and down.
It's definitely a hole that you see some big swings on. It's a hole that you can take a quick 5 on, or if you shape something really special, you can card that elusive birdie.
It's a great momentum hole coming down the stretch, and another hole that you can gain some ground on this finishing stretch is 16, which got eagled a ton today. More eagles than I think we've ever seen before.
Yeah, I think so, and we're going to see exactly what you need to do to card an eagle on this hole, because while it was common, it's still not easy. You have to shape a driver 500 plus feet down the initial part of this fairway, and then it's not really up to you exactly where you finish. You know, you could be behind this late tree in the fairway, or you could kind of skip and roll further down and have a clean hyzer. So once you throw a 500-foot shot, you then have to scramble over the pond.
Yeah, you have to make a decision. I mean, if you push too far straight, you can do something spectacular like a player like Eagle McMahon did today. I think we can see that shot, and then also throw over the top with a turnover. But if you can actually push your drive really far and get that skip left, you actually have a power hyzer over the water to get up there for the 3. The thing is, and the reason why this is an eagleable par 5 that's a tough 4. Like, I don't know if the par should be changed to a 4 because of how unpredictable some of the landing zones are. And the green is pretty guarded. I don't think it's a open enough green for it to be a par 4. I think the way it is just a really enjoyable hole to watch players play.
And Calvin skipping that 12 speed into prime time. You said it. He's far enough left that he has the hyzer over the pond, and he's just throwing darts out there, Brian.
Yeah, that is way farther up the fairway than a lot of players can get. I mean, he makes it look easy. His distance is incredible, and then this just downhill death putt, OB looming behind it.
And another thing about this hole that you can't really see on camera is that right behind Calvin is Party Hill. You've got all the local supporters coming out, and they're underneath the Prodigy tent, and they're having a good time up there.
Yeah, it's a fun hole. Me and you have both played it numerous times, and just one last opportunity to grab strokes on the field as you head into 17 and 18. Two very, very challenging holes. We're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. On the other side, we have your lead card players that we watched today.
Kyle Klein stepping up for the birdie on 18.
Your Open champion, Gannon Burr.
Another record-setting weekend on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Back-to-back weeks. Winner coming from the chase card. Pretty special stuff. Gannon Burr, Kyle Klein, two young superstars on tour, showing you how to get it done.
$18 players in double digits today after round one, but the two players at the top, Calvin Heimburg and Eagle McMahon, tied for first place. We talked to Eagle extensively about his first round. Let's hear what he had to say. Also joining us in the clubhouse, tied for the lead at 13 under par with Calvin Heimburg. You played with him today, Eagle McMahon. Eagle, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Calvin. The calmest conditions we've ever seen out here at Disc Side of Heaven. Is 13 a satisfying number for you?
Yeah, I was super happy. I didn't get one or two, and I was kind of like visualizing those before I started the round, and really wanted to get those. But luckily I turned it on, got a good 5 or 6 birdie in a row stretch, which definitely got the confidence going. And 13 was great. I think the only blemish for me is missing 14, or is it 15? It's 15. Yeah, and Calvin missed it as well. So arguably one of the easiest holes on the course, but overall, if someone told me I was just going to shoot 13, I would have been pumped.
Well, I just want to zoom in on a couple holes because of today's conditions being so calm. I've commentated on you in the past throwing a mid-range on hole number 3, and then today you leaned on a much more overstable driver. What makes you decide what disc to throw on that particular hole?
It's all wind. Pretty much so much of our game is dictated by wind. So when I did throw mid-range on 3, it's probably because of a ripping tailwind. Okay. Today it was dead calm, and every once in a while you just have the disc that goes that distance. So for me it was a splice. I could just power grip it, kind of give it a little bit of a force over, and I feel really confident with the distance control with that disc. It really depends on the conditions you're given. And today was you were the artist and you could paint whatever you want.
Of course. Well, let's talk about something you painted on hole 5, just a beautiful hyzer that you had pretty much a tap in underneath the basket. How hard are you throwing that hyzer at 495?
For that shot, my general rule of thumb is you never really want to throw above 80 to 85%. I probably break my own rule sometimes, but generally speaking, that shot I want to say was probably around 80 to 85%. Not throwing as hard as I can, but controlled power.
One more question specifically for you. Hole 9. You go way wider than most of the field, and you utilize the fact that there's no out of bounds on that side. You used to throw the power sidearm on that second shot. How much harder is it to try to bend the backhand in on that side of the green?
Yeah, I'm trying to just find that kind of happy medium zone where I do throw a sidearm. I was a little bit too far out today because I pulled it a little far right, but I like that play just because it guarantees me to have a look at the basket. Yeah. Going up the gut, you can probably get further down the fairway and maybe have a better chance for a birdie, but I know every time from over there I'm at least looking at the fairway and have an opportunity to attack for the birdie.
So I'm going to ask you one more question about it because I'm very fascinated by the play. I'd never seen anyone else kind of go that direction. Yeah, you said you're a little bit too far out of position today. Still right in a safe position to get up and down. How much farther left can you get that drive if you throw it perfect?
In practice, I was actually getting into the short grass, and I don't even really want to be that far left. There's kind of a happy medium zone where you have a lot of room on the left side to throw whatever kind of shot you want. So I'm just trying to push a pushing hyzer, nothing too far left, but also obviously I don't want to throw it any bit right, but just a easy hyzer.
Well, tomorrow, conditions might get a little bit worse. Are you anticipating any changes to the game plan at all, or are you just going to try to do exactly what you did in the calm today?
I have a few holes that I will play a little differently. 18, for example, there's multiple hyzer lines, believe it or not. I'll probably go the shorter hyzer, play for the par if the conditions are worse. Same with hole 5. I'll probably lay up if I have any sort of non-advantageous wind. So a few holes I might change the game plan, but otherwise, gonna nose to the grindstone.
Well, a hot start, 13 under par. You're tied for the lead. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
I think we're good.
Sweet.
Thanks. It's not often that we hear a player say, yes, I'm actually thinking about changing my game plan up tomorrow. Conditions are going to change. I think he's just making sure he doesn't take today's conditions for granted. But what do you think about actively thinking about changing your game plan?
Well, I think Eagle's, really in tune with what's going on. He can look at the weather and realize that the wind is going to pick up tomorrow, that the wind's actually going to be out of the south, and so it's not going to be a favorable wind for that tee shot. So very interesting to note, Brian, that he's already thinking ahead. He birdied the hole today, and he's already talking about potentially playing it for par tomorrow.
I think it's just smart. I think he probably looks at the whole scoring averages on certain days and just knows what the hole needs and what the hole is going to score on a particular day. That's what the luxury is of being a veteran player on the tour. Another player that is tied with him now, Calvin Heimburg, didn't take all these spectacular lines that Eagle took. And yeah, we got a lot to talk about when we watch Eagle McMahon shoot a hot round. But Calvin, under the radar, seemed like he shot a 13 under par.
Yeah, it's really special when you have two players playing in the same grouping and they are both setting the pace for the entire tournament. And Calvin didn't throw those spectacular, outside of the box lines, but he did card some spectacular birdies, including a birdie on the 5th. And look at this backdoor route here on the 13th up the hill. That is not a line we see too often with the backhand.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love that line on 13. And the moment players started taking that, a light bulb went off in my head. And as a lefty, I started going that direction. So interesting how a hole can evolve over time. Interesting, though, he and Eagle shooting 13 under. They both missed 15. Calvin giving it a long bid for the ace and rolling away, and then rallying back and throwing the best drive I've potentially ever seen on 18. He just put on quite the show.
Yeah, Calvin has consistently nestled his drive near that 250 mark, which seems impossible to do it, year after year there. I mean, it's reminiscent of his drive from round 2 there last year to shoot a blistering 12 under par. So Calvin definitely has the shots necessary to set the pace again tomorrow.
He has the shots necessary to score on every course in the entire world. I'm excited to see him go over to Europe again and play those courses. But coming out here, you don't have all these framed fairways, and he's still choosing pretty much the same exact lines. He did miss a few putts that he probably should have made. He threw the disc fantastic this week. Didn't quite capitalize on a few late circle 1, early circle 2 putts. There's more room to grow for Calvin even this week, even with the conditions changing, which is scary. We're going to take a quick commercial break. On the other side, we're jumping ahead to the FPO division, which we'll catch tomorrow morning.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines in NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
I don't want to say the course is soft, but I felt like I missed like the first 7 holes. To shoot 11 down still felt pretty good. I think I took a bogey out there, so got to work on that, but I just got to keep capitalizing. I've yet to capitalize. I feel amazing today. Yeah, it's great.
I love that. I love a confident Haley King. She does think the course is soft. I don't think she's insulting the course. I think she's saying, I'm good. I'm here and I'm playing good disc golf, and this course is no match for me.
I love that she's like, I think I got a bogey out there. She did have 2 bogeys and still shredded the track, and I just love to see that big smile on her face. And you know, it was just a couple seasons ago, I recall at the 2021 Worlds in Utah, where Haley added the hyzer flip to her game. She used to just only throw flat, and now we're kind of seeing that hyzer flip become a regular thing. Are you noticing that?
Of course, and I remember being there when she started experimenting with it, because she was a flex player pretty much primarily, and then at the high elevation at the World Championships in Utah, her distance drivers were hyzering out early, and she finally took this heat in her bag. That was her signature disc at the time, and you know, she started throwing it and pretending like it was a flippy mid-range, and it was that mental cue that got her to begin. Kind of the light bulb went off, and she was throwing these 400-foot laser beams, and we saw it kind of for the rest of the season. And now she has both, and that's very scary. Now she has a full skill set, and now she just has to own it in. She just has to know what's her bread and butter shot, what's the one that she can go back to time and time again, and keeping all the rest of the skills fresh. Because you have players like Kristen that doesn't have a huge arsenal of shots that she chooses from. She probably could, but she doesn't. But when you're a player like Haley King, or even an MPO like a Tristan Tanner, someone with just tons of tricks up their sleeve, what do they narrow down to when the tension arises? So very exciting to see how Haley progresses in her career. Another player right behind her that's progressing rapidly, Kat Murch. She threw the disc a mile today. It seems like she's throwing farther every week.
I feel the same. I feel like her shot shaping has continued to grow even from the beginning of this season. She's shaping this 9-speed up to 400 feet. And then whenever she pulls out the flippy driver, Brian, she really is pressing it as far as anyone else in the field. And obviously she has a ton of confidence right now. She had a local, James Lacey, on the bag. And it's just really cool. She had this whole family of Arkansas locals out there cheering her on. I mean, Kat had a larger crowd than anyone I saw out there, both MPO and FPO. So she's definitely holding it down for Arkansas.
I just still love, we talked about it this morning, I love that during this round where she shot double digits, she threw a lefty backhand on hole 8 just because she wanted to. And to me, that shows she's not afraid of making a little mistake. And as a young player, that's the first step. It's easy to feel like you have to be perfect and you can't make any mistakes. But her third place finish at the Champions Cup is a testament to that.
Yeah, it really is. I think that she's more adaptable now than she has been in the past. And, you know, she said it, tomorrow is going to be a different day, Brian. The wind's going to pick up in the morning, and it looks like we've got a pretty good chance that the FPO are going to be playing in the rain.
Well, let's hear from her after her round today. Let's hear what she had to say.
I felt like I started off really slow. I took a bogey on a hole that I threw a left-handed backhand on, which was, you know, I don't regret it, but probably should have thrown a softer up shot. But, you know, I could have had a quicker start.
Do you feel like there's anything you need to improve on tomorrow, like legitimate like game plan changes besides the lefty backhand?
No, man. Tomorrow's going to be a new day. I think the weather's going to be a little dicey, so I'm just going to come out tomorrow and see how it goes.
Kat Murch. Always an entertaining character here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We're excited to see her tomorrow on the lead card. One more break. We're going to take one. On the other side, James Proctor, Aaron Gossage. We'll see you soon.
You know, a lot of people say that Ed was the father of disc golf. Well, that's true. He did invent the basket. But Ed did another wonderful thing, probably his major accomplishment, was being the first person to realize that we had a sport on our hands, not just a toy.
In 1976, Steady Ed Hedrick founded the Professional Disc Golf Association with a dream of turning a flying plastic toy into a global sport. Since then, the PDGA, members, players, event directors, and volunteers have worked to realize that dream. From the very first baskets to courses around the world. And yet, it's only the beginning. We're looking to the horizon with even bigger dreams for tomorrow.
My favorite flavor of Double G Craft Jerky, easy choice, the teriyaki. I love my sweet and I love my salty food. It's a great combination of both.
Got to go for the hot boom sauce to give you that extra kick.
Probably going to surprise a lot of you guys. My favorite flavor is actually the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. I find it to be one of the best jerkies I've ever had.
Welcome back. Joining McMahon and Heimburg tomorrow on the lead card, James Proctor and Aaron Gossage, a player we haven't seen too often on the lead cards this year after a phenomenal season last year, breakout performance after breakout performance. We'll see him tomorrow, but we also saw him today after his round. Let's hear what he had to say.
Right, we're checking in with Aaron Gossage. Aaron, 12 under opening round here at Jonesboro. The scores are low. How much pressure is there to come out here and attack this course on a day like this?
Definitely, there should be a lot of pressure to attack this course and shoot really low. Today, I didn't feel much of that pressure. I was on a really casual card, so it just felt like another day playing a practice round. So definitely took some of the nerves off, but I don't think it'll be that way tomorrow.
Yeah, you have the clubhouse lead 12 under, but then you're right on the putting green right after your round. Why is that?
Yeah, I definitely wasn't feeling super great on my putt all day. I was just kind of making it work. Missed a couple in the circle, so definitely have some dialing to do to make it feel good for tomorrow.
Yeah, what is the challenge out here? What do you have to do to put in a double-digit round like we've seen so many players do today?
It's really about just staying focused. There's so many shots, you got to execute them all, and when it's scoring this easy, you really can't slack off for a second. You got to really put your nose to the grindstone and focus on everything.
All right, that's Aaron Gossage, 12 under par opening round here in Jonesboro.
Sweet.
Thank you. Aaron Gossage, just another one of those players in 18 players in the double digits right now, kind of getting swallowed up, but still a great 12 under par round. You mentioned that he's missed some putts and really threw the disc well today.
Yeah, threw the disc extremely well, 89%, circle 2 in regulation. So he was putting for birdie on every hole but 3. And, it was interesting to hear him talk about how casual the round felt. Sometimes it can be like that. In round 1, you're playing early, there's no cameras on you whatsoever. But also very interesting to see, we were here doing TC in the afternoon, and we see Gossage behind us just practicing his 25-footers. So, the man broke out last year, and he's looking to keep things moving.
It's a lot of pressure. I mean, he had the performance at the World Championships, and it was a gripping weekend of television, him versus Paul Macbeth. And I think that doesn't necessarily put a target on his back, but the expectations that people have of him, and probably that he has of himself, are very high. So it's hard to live up to that. This season for him has kind of been up and down, but I'm very excited to see him back on the camera with the gallery following him. Obviously, he does well in those circumstances. Another player that seems to thrive in those situations is James Proctor, joining them on the lead card tomorrow. He had kind of the opposite day on the putting green.
Yeah, he did. He had 8 circle 2 looks and made 4 of them, including 3 50-footers. So Proctor is not leading in circle 2 percentages, but he has made more circle 2 putts than any other player on the tour so far this year. And this is not James Proctor's first lead card appearance this season. I mean, he is having a great season. He continues to move up into the rankings. He's nearly top 10 in the world. So no surprises, but this lead card is pretty stacked.
It's beyond stacked. This is going to be super exciting to watch. And with that said, we actually had James after his round, and we have some more words from him. Let's hear what he had to say.
Right, checking in with James Proctor after a 12-under opening round at Jonesboro. James, looks pretty clean on the scorecard and these stats. What are your thoughts on your round?
Yeah, it was clean. You know, it's definitely a thrower's course, and the wind was down. So, you know, I feel like I was in circle 2 for birdie almost every hole, and we had good vibes. You know, Kyle, Corey, and I were battling the whole round, so it was fun, and a lot of birdies to be had out there.
Yeah, those two finished a one-stroke back. Did y'all know y'all were cooking like this?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't checking scores. I think Kyle was, but, you know, it's pretty easy to tell when the three of us are birdieing most of the holes, so, yeah.
All right, any adjustments for tomorrow?
Not really. Hopefully make a couple more circle 2 putts, but, you know, I was throwing the disc really well. I know the conditions might be a little different tomorrow, but same approach off the tee.
You've been in the mix, seems like almost every tournament so far this year. We've talked to you, or you've popped off on the lead card. What's it going to take to finish this thing out over the next 2 rounds?
2 more good rounds. You know, I think my game feels good, and in most of the tournaments I've had a slow 9-hole stretch, not necessarily a slow round, but, you know, if I can put together 2 more solid rounds and just see where that stacks up. I'm not really focused on the win too much. I just want to play this course well.
All right, that's James Proctor once again right in the mix here at Jonesboro.
Thank you.
James Proctor, always entertaining. But Nate, you've noticed a few things about how he competes and when he puts up these big scores. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, Brian, he's made a number of lead cards this year, but all of James's rounds that are over 1050 have all been off camera. So I think everyone, including James, are kind of ready for him to pop off when the pressure's on.
We'll see. It's going to be a fantastic day of disc golf tomorrow at the Disc Side of Heaven, round 2, starting in the morning with the FPO division, in the afternoon with the MPO. For Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins, this is Tournament Central. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Love you too.
Some say we're hidden, unless you know where to look. Hidden? No. This is where we stand up straight and tell you who we are, and where we put others first. This is where college football and barbecue are a season in the same, and there's always time for one more lap around the park. This is where we ask, what else can we accomplish together? Come find out. Be a part of this. This is Jonesboro, Arkansas. Now you know where to look.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.